Oh snap. Hold on, y'all. I'm coming. Bruce is coming. It's going down. Gonna pull out the pound, pow, pow. Pull out the thang and go shitty bang bang. You don't want no parts of pimping when I step up, do my thang. And why you talking like you can't handle this pimping, step on back. Run up on you while you be running up, talking and all that smack. Click a clack. I got and I got that. Man, look. And we floating through the stars, pimping where you at. Click, 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 clack. How you doing, Thema? How you feeling? Hey. Hey. Oh shit, I'm missing my lights. Hold on. Ooh, I forgot something. All right, and Miss Tima, just let you know, after this pack of cigarettes, I'm done smoking. I've gotten to the point again where I feel like I need to quit. Not like I need to quit, but like it's making me do everything but want a cigarette. So yeah, it's about time for that to happen. Got that perfect time, spring to hit. About to get that 6-pack back cracking. Hey. That's gonna be nice though. Ooh, yeah, all right, let me get this Elite Dangerous up. Hey. I got something on my sweater. Yeah, work. That's why I got my sweater. Hold on. Send news. Just waiting for this to open up so we can get popping. There you go. Game's coming up. Let's see what we gonna do. What we gonna play? Actually, I know what I need. I haven't seen. Where's it at? Some black holes. No, we ain't gonna talk about that. You know what? Hold on. I got an idea. Go back and let's see what I'm gonna do. Why? What in the world? Hold on, let's go to my library. That ain't what I'm looking for. Wait a minute, what? Hold up. Like, I'm trying to find Star Talk. There we go. I know they got a new one. I just missed. I know they got a new one because I haven't listened to it yet. Here we go. Our brains on film.
Welcome to Star Talk, your place in the universe where science and pop culture collide. Star Talk begins right now.
There we go. Now we
Star
ready.
Talk. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. Got Chuck Nice with me. Chuck, baby.
Hey, Neil, what's happening?
All right. Today's going to be cosmic queries. And you know what the subject is going to be? Oh my, this is a good subject.
Okay.
It's your brain on movies.
My brain on movies. Okay, now I remember the commercials where my brain was in a skillet.
Oh, I remember that one. Your brain
This
on
is
drugs.
your brain, and this is your brain on breakfast.
Chuck, how old are you?
Let's see who's all
That
on.
commercial was 1971 or something. I don't know.
No way. No way. I think that was the 90s.
Yeah, they took a fried egg and dropped it into a very hot skillet. This is your brain on drugs.
And every time I saw it, I was like, and now I'm hungry.
Welcome.
Now
It's great
I'm
to
just
see
hungry.
you.
I just want breakfast now.
Well, this is a brain episode, and we don't do brain things without our...
Thank you.
You are most welcome. I'm here.
Greetings.
Reporting for duty.
I'm here.
Reporting for duty.
Standing by. I'm here.
All right. I got all my people. That contract failed. That was cool. But I have to go and source materials, so I'm more than likely about to do some mining. Yeah. Actually, hold on. System map.
System map.
Okay, whatever. Nickel's at 12. I'm trying to see a nickel much higher. $16.3. That doesn't even have nickel. Oh yeah, it does. 8.8. No, it's 9. 12. Or 9, I mean. I think the highest nickel I'm gonna find right now. Man, I could have sworn I felt the draft of wind. I thought my window was open. Yeah. 9.5. 9.2. Alright, so we're gonna go back. Which one was it? Was it this one? Iron's at 16. Nickel is what I really need. Oop, wrong one. I could have sworn I just saw it was nickel. Nickel 12. Nickel 11.5. 12. Wasn't there one that said 16 on nickel? No, I saw iron. So the highest one was 12. We got 10 arsenic. Oh shit. Cadmium. I don't need that. I'm telling you, I could probably get more just mining. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what the highest nickel location is. Where'd I put myself on that? That way I can control. I have no idea. I was wondering why I couldn't see chat. Oh, your boyfriend father just died? Damn, I'm sorry. Sorry about all that. No, I'm sitting over here trying to. I missed all that. I am so sorry. For some reason, it didn't show it, but when I refreshed the page, it showed what you. I don't understand why other streamers have hate for other streamers. You and me both. I don't know what's the point of having hate, period. If you got hate in your heart, let it out. Yeah. It is, by all means, unnecessary to have hate.
Brainiac at large, Heather Berlin. Heather, welcome back to Star Talk.
Hey, how are you guys doing? Thanks for
And yeah, I wonder if I should look that up first before I even try to just run off and do that. Oh wow, I don't have a window open. 1 second. I need nickel. This streamer we were cool with, I told him his father just died, and he was like, fuck him, I don't give a shit about. Well, that sounds like a sad thing. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, man. Gots to be rough. Jesus. I don't think nickel's even considered a commodity. No, it is not. Oops. Man, am I just gonna get up and go mine in some random spot? I know nickel's a really heavy one if I go mining. Okay. I don't currently have any other way to go about it. So galaxy map. Galaxy map.
Displaying star map.
Yep, gotta go there and get my shit. Actually, no, I'm not. You know what? Scratch that. I'm gonna go there, switch to my Type 9, call my other vehicles over. Whatever. I'm going to my fleet carrier. Exit map.
Closing map.
Exit map.
Exiting map.
Leaving system. So long, Spurs.
It's like, so long, suckers. Oh, it's going good, Mystic. What's good? What's up? How you doing? How you living? Nah, I apologize that I had a kill stream early last night if you popped in. I was throwing up from like 8 o'clock at night to like 3:30 this morning.
Gathering information.
Bird than that.
Cartography updated.
It's going good. Yeah, I still went and got my ass to work at like 6:30 this morning. And I got home about maybe an hour ago. Yeah, really. I'm a soldier. I can handle it. That's nothing. My body don't feel all right. I'll be fine. Then again, I'm not a fucking pussy, so I had somebody my district manager asked me, she was like, night vision.
Okay.
She was like, oh, why don't you have somebody come in for you? I'm like, one, I'm not a pussy, and two, it'll be all right. She kind of laughed it off. I don't know if she was laughing because she was like, wow, something's wrong with you, or not. Full spectrum system scanner.
That's already done.
Full spectrum system scanner.
Affirmative.
Yeah, but I can tell you this much, your boy, I was feeling it. I ain't gonna lie. All day. But, you see this big ass, it looks small, but look, I'm holding it with my hand here. I drank one of these already. One of these full. Like, look, this is my hand. And I still got like that much space. I drink one of these already, and I'm drinking about 15% of this one. 10-15% of this one. I'll be all right. Just keep them liquids in my body. Full spectrum system scanner.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I know anybody less than me would be hurt. They be dying. I'm cut from that cloth you don't see no more. Like, what do y'all do when y'all get sick? Stay at home, call in a sick day. What do y'all do? Sleep? Sleep is a good one. Definitely want to rest. power through. I always power through, but exit map.
That's already done.
Exit full spectrum system scanner. Exit full spectrum system scanner.
Acknowledged.
Man, that's the first thing I've had to eat all day. Engage FSD.
Frameshift drive engaged.
90%.
90%.
Course adjustment.
All right. Excellent.
That's going to be my new subheading. Dr. Heather
That brainiac.
at large.
Yeah, and so you're a neuroscientist at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, and right here in New York City. So it's great to have you back for the gazillionth time. We love the brain as a subject,
Completed
and especially since I don't have any expertise, I get to learn something for every one of these episodes. That's part of why we love you as a guest, because I get to learn. And so, but first, let me start off with some questions. There are a subset of movies that specialize in unusual things going on in people's brains, right? And some of them are just really smart people, all right? And they become the subject of it. But there's also what's going on in the brain of the person watching the movie. And it seems to be more than just entertainment. Sometimes extra changes are going on in people's heads. And one of the biggest ones that people always ask about is, do violent movies make you violent? Do they desensitize you? Or can you distinguish
Sorry, there's some good stuff right here.
between fiction violence and actual violence? And if you do, then what's everybody complaining about? And if you can't, why hasn't all of that been outlawed,
Leaving
100 years
system.
ago?
So long as scourged.
There have been some neuroimaging studies which look at what happens in people's brains when they're watching violent videos, let's say a riot or somebody getting beating up, and they compare it to when they're viewing a natural scene. And what they find is actually when they're viewing violence
Executing
images,
now.
they get decreased activation of parts of their prefrontal cortex. If it was the scene of an actual riot or one that was, created with actors, most of the time it won't make a difference in terms of that decreased activation in the prefrontal cortex. Because the more engrossed you are in a film, and there are other measures that can look at level of engrossment, the more you perceive that as your reality. And so it can decrease your prefrontal cortex activation, and in turn, you might be more prone toward either impulsive or violent behavior for a short period of time after you've watched that film.
So now, what happens if you're looking at the nature scene and you
At
just
this
feel
point,
like,
team, I think you go out your way to get banned.
Or,
Then what? Then what's that mean?
or trouncing on the grasses of the...
Right. You just want to stomp dandelions.
In my life,
You know
things
what
I think we have a different scent.
for things I've been banned for in my life, across everything, and then you just got okay. No one you just come to the room and go ban.
Adjusting for jump. Traveling through hyperspace. Like dusting crops, farm boy.
Farm boy. Like getting banned. Like, you say I didn't even say shit. What did you say before and then left? And then you came back into the room like, oh, I remember that name, ban.
Verity will comply.
Oh. Well. That dude's special. Like, short bus. Like, Ed, like. Exactly what is whatever? Because doesn't whatever in the way you put it meant you didn't care? And if that's the case, why even bother saying bye? Or why say whatever? And I was like, bye. Or I was like, whatever. And I was like, whatever, bye. Oh, I get you. You were trying to describe how you felt in the middle of this situation. You let me know I don't care and bye. You know that thing about that whatever part though? It only bothers betas and weak individuals. When somebody tells me whatever, I'm like, all right, bye. Like somebody not want to. Bad habits when you young turn into habits you can't, turn into problems you can't change in your like 30s and 40s. You better work on that. No, it sounds like a personal problem. You know he ain't meaning it towards you. He mean it towards himself. People generally project the way they feel onto others, especially when they don't have decent emotional management skills. It's funny. Like, wow, that's weird. Not funny like, haha, I'ma laugh at you. Funny like, wow, this person's got some serious issues.
Of killing plants than we do of killing animals.
But
For sure.
here's what's really interesting. I mean, there are measures.
okay.
So there's something, I mean, there's a whole field now called neurocinematics, which is basically the study of what your brain looks like when, you know, you're watching film. And one of the big measures they look at is something called intersubject correlation. So it's not what areas of the brain are active in your particular brain, per se, when you're watching a film, but they'll look across many subjects all watching the same film. And the level at which their brain activation syncs up is a measure of how engrossing that film is, how much it's able to capture your attention. And films vary in their ability to do this. So for example, the highest intersubject correlation in this study was Alfred Hitchcock film. So he was a master at
Executing now.
using cinematography and all the sound and light to grab people's attention and draw them in and play them like a violin. Whereas other films, less so, like compared to a Larry David episode, for example, which is more sort of naturalistic. It was there's less intersubject correlation.
There was an analysis, just
90%
right into
power.
playing to exactly what you said, Heather. I watched an analysis of a Hitchcock film. Forgive me, I don't remember which, but somebody's walking down the stairs of this home with a glass of milk, which has poison in it, and they're going to feed the glass of milk to the person and kill them. And your eye goes straight to the milk. And I don't learn until this is analyzed by the the reviewers that Alfred Hitchcock put a light bulb inside the glass of milk, which gave it a kind of a glow. But you just see it as white. Milk is white, so it's just white. But it caught your attention, and you're not even thinking that it's glowing. You're just thinking it's milk. But so he was really.
We're about to get over to that fleet carrier.
Interesting. And also, he was very good.
Yeah, we about to hit that fleet carrier, y'all. Well, I guess you learned not to say whatever, bye. You could have not said anything. Probably would have still affected the same shit. I don't know, but if he in a shitty mood or he is what he is, ain't nothing you can do about it. Sorry to hear that. I don't mean to laugh. Not on purpose, out loud. Request docking.
Our carrier respects careful pilots. What's
Request
your
for
speed at
docking
there?
sent.
Clearance granted. Move directly to your landing pad. Docking request confirmed.
Well, it's not funny to see somebody doing poorly and then make fun of them. That, I mean, they're already doing poorly. Ain't no need to kick a dog when they're down. But yeah, I got what you were saying.
At creating the tension necessary to grab your gaze. So in Psycho, you never saw her get stabbed. It just didn't happen. You know, for all you knew, she had a bloody nose because you never saw a knife go into her. You know, and then I forget the other one where there's a bomb under the table. And the whole idea is, you know there's a bomb under the table, but the people don't know there's a bomb under the table. So you're now feeling the anxiety as if you were sitting at the table, but you can't tell these people there's a bomb there. Like, get up, get out, you know.
But here's the thing,
So-
it's that suspense is what draws people. Because once these sort of surprise happens, or, you know, the guy jumps out from behind the closet, it's over. Then you just have this full, like, fear response. But the build-up is what draws you.
That's your feargasm. That was your feargasm.
Okay, for those who love it.
But it's the build-up
it's all
that's
over
the
now.
real, you know, that's what draws you in. What's going to happen? When is it going to happen? Where should I look? And they also have done eye tracking studies. So on certain films, you know, you look across many subjects and they're all concentrated at looking at the same places on the screen. But when you have them, they compared it to, for example, looking at a natural scene in like Washington Square Park, just natural footage, and people are looking in all other directions. But just because eye gaze is at a certain place doesn't mean that the brains are synced up. So you have to look at both behavior, which is eye gaze, and
Yeah,
brain
call
activation.
my ships
because there's
back.
parts of the brain that have to do with self-referential. So they do it for commercials too. They're using now brain scans to make good commercials. And they find that they want to they'll test different videos. The ones that activate the amygdala, which is the kind of emotional center of the brain, and these parts of the prefrontal cortex that have to do with your personal story, that are self-referential. So the more that the images or the story you can reflect and refers to something in your own history, the more emotionally attached you'll be to it. So these are the kinds of ways they're trying to structure, for example, commercials and also film. You know, film is more engrossing when you can relate to it.
Okay, wait 1 second here. Doesn't there have to be a diminishing return on that? Like, the more you manipulate me, the less I'm able to be manipulated, because, like, you're toying with my emotions, kind of. And so I'm not going to keep giving you that same emotional response.
Well, why not?
When you see,
Why not?
Because, okay, think of it this way. When you go to the puppy store, you're like, oh my God, these puppies, puppies.
Right, but if you work at the puppy store, you say, get these smelly puppies out of here.
There you go.
Okay.
Right, now you're like, F these puppies.
But here's the thing.
These
Crapping all over the place.
poop machine
Yeah,
puppies, right?
5 minutes.
Exactly,
Okay,
right?
all right.
They
5 minutes.
stank ass puppies all over the place. I can't stand puppies. You know what I like? I like dogs, because they get the hell out my store.
Here's the thing. It's not like a steady stream of emotional manipulation. So if you think of, for example, even a Hitchcock movie or any suspense movie, it's not suspense the whole time.
I'm
And
just
you let
waiting
your
for
brain
my stuff to get
habituate
here.
and
While
boring.
we sitting there
It's
waiting, I'm gonna take a
build
beat
up,
right back, run
surprise,
to the
and then, like,
bathroom.
mundane, and then another
Got like 5
suspenseful
minutes.
moment. So with
So it won't be
commercials,
too long. Be
they
right
can
back.
vary. You know, it's not that the whole
Let y'all
time you're
listen
being
to this good
emotionally
stuff.
manipulated. It might just be at the end, or, you know, interspersed with other things. So as long as you can vary it, right, and change it up a bit, you'll keep being activated by the emotions. Like, but if you were to see, you know, those animal rescue commercials, which kill me with the animals in the cages, but if you were to see one commercial like that
Hi.
after the other,
I'm Sarah McLaughlin.
Eyes of the angel.
Won't you please help? These animals need you so much.
Yes. So we can, anyway, the point is, as we're using neuroimaging to help filmmakers, we're also, you know, it's also being used in the advertising industry as well. to create more engrossing commercials. So it's where science meets, the arts in another way.
All right, now you throw this term around very glibly, and I just want to make sure we're on the same page. When you say prefrontal cortex, is this larger in humans than in other mammals?
Ooh, nice.
Well, okay, so it's relative. So the relative size of the prefrontal cortex compared to the rest of the brain, humans have the largest prefrontal cortex compared to the rest of the brain than other animals. But if you think of it like a whale, objectively, it has a larger prefrontal cortex than a human. But the ratio,
right.
So compared to the rest of the brain, we have the largest prefrontal cortex compared to the rest of the brain. Which means
and the prefrontal cortex does what for us specifically?
many things. I mean, it's my favorite part of the brain.
Okay.
By the way, the hippocampus just called and said, "Screw you too."
We broke up a long time ago.
All right, so your prefrontal cortex, what precisely does that do for us as humans?
Right. So it's my favorite part of the brain because it's involved in so many things, one of which is impulse control, how to both regulate our emotions, control our impulses, decision making, organization. We call it, it's the executive function. It's the executor of the brain. And
so
a
it
lot
enables civilization to exist.
Basically,
you
yes.
think
I've
about
often said that without the prefrontal cortex, there would be no civilization. We would just be busy having our immediate rewards and not thinking about building or creating a future or anything like that.
Right.
Well, there are other animals that have societies as well. Do they have developed prefrontal cortexes? I mean, other great apes actually have hierarchies. They have social constructs. They have means of communication. They have tasks that they all kind of allocate to one another and position.
But Chuck, they don't have trains, planes, and automobiles, and and skyscrapers.
And wouldn't it be funny if they actually thought of that and said, you know what, one day that's going to lead us to a place where we destroy ourselves and the planet.
But then there's something really cool. There's something called the Dunbar number. So it's because it's created by someone, a researcher named Dunbar. But basically, if you look
I thought it was
at
created by somebody named Number.
Dunbar. Yeah, Dunbar.
That's good, Chuck, right?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Heather. You had to. You walked into that.
What?
That was good. That was good.
Dunbar Number, created by somebody named Number. Yeah, okay.
So there's a direct correlation between relative size of the prefrontal cortex to the rest of the brain and the scale of the society. So you can tell how many. Yeah. So the larger the societies that work, the larger the prefrontal cortex. Humans have the largest, and as you go down with the great apes and other species, the sizes of their society directly correlate to the size of their prefrontal cortex. So there's something about, social interactions, but there's also thinking about the future, being able to plan for the future. And so, without our prefrontal cortex, there would be no society.
So there are no shrimp sitting around going, I wonder if there is indeed a night sky.
No contemplation.
But
why am I so lonely? Why am I so lonely? Where are the other shrimp? How come no one ever talks to me?
And why am I here? What is my mission?
Yes. What is my purpose as a shrimp?
What is the meaning of shrimpdom?
Wait, so that means almost everything you've described in the prefrontal cortex is an interaction point in a movie that you sit down and watch.
Well, that's interesting.
No, I say that because you can't really show a movie to a dog, right? They're not interested, even though they're recognizable
Not even
people.
Lady and the Tramp?
No.
They're recognizable people. They're recognizable scenes. But they're not going to interact mentally the way we are, because it's a mental thing.
Meaning out of it. They're not going to extract meaning. I mean, you can show an animal, a dog, a video of other dogs, and it will be, it'll grab its attention and it'll be attracted to it and it will watch it even. But to then extrapolate meaning, or how is this reference to me, self-referential, other species aren't going to have that.
I met a dog once that jumped up and barked anytime I saw a dog on the TV, and that was hilarious.
Yeah. They think
the
it's
dog I
real,
grew up with
too.
didn't care about the TV.
It's also a dumb dog. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
The dog I had was pretty smart growing up. Right. So she did not bark didn't stare at herself in the mirror. It was like.
Right.
Okay, so Heather, we know, Chuck and I know that you are you're a mind reader. Okay, you attach electrodes to whoever walks within 10 feet of you, and then you study this. So it's one thing to just say there's activation in one part of the brain or the other. We get that. But what's this I hear that recently you can actually reconstruct the thoughts rather than just say where the thought is happening? That's a whole other level of getting inside somebody's head.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, so we're at the early stages now. So basically, you would have someone in a scanner. You would show them a picture, say of a shoe or a cat, and you would get this pattern of activation based on these like voxels, like the little pixels that you can read as an image, and then you fed this into this algorithm, this computer algorithm, and then
to be clear, a voxel is a 3-dimensional pixel.
Yes.
Isn't that correct? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay.
A voxel is yes. So based on this sort of, let's just say, this data of what the brain is doing when it's seeing a particular image, then you can show a person a different image, and give that information to the computer, and based on feeding it many other images that a person might see, it can predict what image you're looking at. So it can predict based on your brain
interpret.
activation.
It can interpret what.
Interpret.
I would say identify.
Well, identify. Yes.
It would identify
Yes.
the image you're looking at based on the feedback that it's receiving from you. After you give all the information to it then looks at you and determines what you're looking at.
Yeah,
Okay.
it makes
With shapes and everything? Shapes?
It makes its best guess at what you're looking at.
How accurate though? How you say early stages, but how well is it performing
A high degree of accuracy.
this process?
It's a high degree of accuracy.
Okay,
I wanted
so,
to give
yeah.
you a number, but I don't have
Okay.
a number offhand. But very high degree of accuracy, maybe
Okay,
like
it doesn't
80%.
make a difference. You guys always you're never satisfied, are you?
Right. No.
You're never satisfied. I mean,
So-
first you come up with artificial intelligence. Now you're gonna let machines be able to read our minds. Okay. I mean, and then on top of that, okay, let me just say this. I feel sorry for your husband. I know him very well. Okay, he's married to a woman who says, "What are you thinking?" And he goes, "Nothing." And she's like, "No, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out
get
right
the
now what the
printout
hell you're
tonight.
thinking. I'm gonna
Yeah,
find
exactly.
out." Right, that's right. Yeah, don't worry. When you go to sleep, we're gonna find out what you were thinking.
Speaking of which, actually, so there's been studies that have done that. This was a paper that was published in Science, where they woke up people at different stages of sleep, and they would say, "What were you?" They were in the scanner, so they were imaging their brain at the time, and they would ask them to report what they were seeing, what they were dreaming about. And again, the computer algorithm could predict with very high accuracy. For example, that the computer would spit out, let's say, an image of a person or a key or a chair. And the person would say, I was having this dream about this person, and there was like a key on the chair or whatever. It would correlate with what the algorithm,
Oh my God.
right? So now you can start to read dreams, and they've done it now with images. So they've had people watching films, and the computer basically constructs a video based on what it thinks you're seeing, based on your brain activation, which really, it's amazing. You can go online and see these images that really look like the actual film they're seeing. It's fuzzy, and it's not a clear image, but it's a fuzzy, like moving object that's moving in a similar pattern as to what the person is seeing. So again, I say early stages because it's not this exact. It's very fuzzy. But as time goes on, it's going to get clearer and clearer. And I think,
And could you identify that monster that was always chasing me as a kid in my dreams?
I'll have to send it to the algorithm. They'll print out a picture.
The algorithm is now Freddy Krueger. The Freddy Krueger algorithm. That's what
What's going to be really cool, honestly, that you mentioned that, Neil, is that ultimately we can combine that with other techniques that we're using to kind of zap out fearful memories. And with neural implants,
or soften them at least,
Yeah, you can then see, this person's having a type of brain activation which suggests it's a scary monster coming into the dream, and then do a little, zap and just, change the scene. That ultimately.
Yeah, all of my images would basically come back not as visuals, but as a wah-wah guitar going wow. Down, wow. So.
The auditory cortex.
No, but plus you have to be careful, because if you if you zap the part where it's a monster chasing you, it could turn it into like a bunny rabbit chasing you. You know,
And now you're scared of
Suddenly you
bunnies.
wake up and you're totally afraid of. Yeah, I mean, once you start messing around with the hardware, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's true. You need to be careful. Yeah. At some level, we're getting to the point where it's going to be something like, you know, Minority Report, perhaps. You know, not that you can predict the future, but that you can kind of read people's brain activity and see what they were thinking at a particular time. And if you can record that information, you know, you can see whether a person might have committed a crime or so forth. So, I mean, it can be used in all sorts of ways. So it's something we have to think about.
So that was one of the great, the Minority Report, one of the great brain movies when you think about it that way. And of course, half the episodes of the Netflix series Black Mirror involved the brain behaving just like a disk of data that you can upload and download and alter and so
Great series.
So
What a great series.
yeah, it was. And if Heather continues as she is, she will be the Black Mirror.
Yeah.
She will be. We'll
Yeah,
take a quick
good
break.
side.
We'll take a quick break. When we come, this is a Cosmic Queries. When we come back, we're going to pick up questions from our loyal Patreon members, and Chuck has them all lined up when Star Talk continues.
I'm Joel Cherico, and I make pottery. You can see my pottery on my website, cosmicmugs.com. Cosmic Mugs, art that lets you taste the universe every day. And I support Star Talk on Patreon. This is Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
We're back, Star Talk, your brain on movies with Heather Berlin. And of course, I got Chuck Nice here. Heather, how do we find you on social media?
Heather_Berlin on Twitter and Instagram. Don't forget the underscore, which I know you love, Neil.
No. Underscore is like the lamest thing that could ever be in a handle, but we'll accept it.
Thank you.
Before we go to questions, let me ask a quick. While I find them entertaining, there's an absence of plausibility that concerns me. Anytime it's one of these movies where someone gets really, really, really smart, and those people in every one of these movies do things like move objects with their brain power. And it's like, no. If you're smarter, you'll just solve problems faster or better. You're not going to all of a sudden start moving stuff. So where did this come from? Why do people think your brain could ever possibly have that power? Other than just, I'm really smart, so I can solve something you can't.
Yeah, I think it's all predicated on this myth that we only use 10% of our brain. And like, imagine we can use all of our brain and the powers we would have. But that's a myth.
The entire premise of the movie Lucy. The entire premise of
or
that
Limitless
film.
is another one. You know, just take this pill and then you can all your brain. Yeah, you use all of
Idiocracy.
Exactly. You use all your brain, and none of it is redundant. It uses so many resources, energy, blood flow. We don't waste those resources in our body just thinking about evolution. But most of it is just happening outside of awareness. We're unconscious about what's happening. And sometimes we can, when we think about meditation and other techniques of mindfulness, we can bring more of what's happening unconsciously to our conscious attention. But it's not that we're using more of our brain. And I think with the like being able to move things or telepathy, I mean, this is just wishful thinking on the part of people. I mean, I remember laying in the bed with my daughter and I did not want to get up. She said, please, Mommy, get that book on the shelf. And I said, let's both try really hard and just will it over here so we don't have to get up. And it didn't work. It didn't work.
And if it had worked, you'd been like, all right, sweetie, and now you have to move out.
No, rename her Tabitha. Yeah, Tabitha. You can't live here anymore.
Matilda, yeah.
Yeah, either. Okay, so Chuck, give me some questions from our fan base.
All right, here we go. Let's pop it off with Bridge. Bridge Charan says, have we gained any insight into the long-term effects of the brain long-term effects the brain gets from misinformation pop culture, specifically during the pandemic? I think more pointedly, what are the effects of exposure to misinformation? Whether you live in a misinformation bubble, or if you're just encountering misinformation that is counter to what you already believe. Because that's what's happening now.
And let me dovetail that, can you ever emerge out of it?
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
very big question.
How do we save these poor saps who are being duped all the time?
Well, there's a way of seeing the world and interacting with the world that I think, as scientists learn early on, and it's sort of like question everything, be skeptical, look for evidence. But when you're in these echo chambers and these bubbles, and especially when they're on issues where they are emotionally significant, people tend to disconfirm what doesn't go along with their beliefs in terms of the evidence, and only pay attention to things that support what they already believe in. So so it's very difficult to break this bias. It's a cognitive bias. But the best way is that you have to meet a person where they're at. So say, oh, I hear you that you believe, I don't know, for example, that there's no such thing as, climate change, gravity, whatever. The earth is flat.
Flat Earth.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you that you believe that, and I understand. And then sort of maybe even cite something that their evidence for that and then say, that's really interesting, but have you ever thought about this other thing? There's also this other evidence that suggests this. You have to, as soon as you come in an aggressive, controversial way, they're going to shut it out immediately. But if you meet people where they're at, empathize with their emotions, and okay, I hear you don't want to take vaccines. I know you're scared, but let's talk about it and find a way in, then maybe they'll be more open to hearing an alternative view. The way that people are doing it now isn't working. It's just like my side or you're crazy, and that's never going to work.
You know why? Because it's my side or you're crazy.
That's why it's
that way.
Wait. So Heather, this is a serious flaw in the human mind.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is there any understanding of its origins, evolutionarily or otherwise?
Well, there's something called so with group affiliation, right? You were safer
yes.
when you were in groups, right? And so there's also the higher the sort of entrance fee to get into the group, the greater the group affiliation. So if you think about like sororities and fraternities, how they have all these crazy things you have to do to get in. So once you're in, you have protection of the group, whatever, but the psychology is that you've gone through so much to get into this group, you're more likely to be persuaded by their belief system and to want to keep that group affiliation, because there are some evolutionary gains from that. There's protection, there's, better survival in a group. So some of those group dynamics are also at play here. You want to keep...
Okay, so basically, we still have these tendencies at a time and a place where we no longer need them. And so we are suffering from our own evolutionary past.
Yeah, and also we're living in this technology world now that our brains have not evolved quickly enough to accommodate, right? Yeah, so we have these old caveman brains, in this modern technology with information being bombarded by this information, and we're not able to process it and really analyze it in a way that's going to be to our advantage. So I think this is part of the problem. Yeah.
Also, what you just said is, what exacerbates the problem is we can find those groups and that safety because of the technology,
right.
Where otherwise we would have been ostracized and marginalized
and isolated
because we felt that, eating children was a good thing. Right? But then we go online and we find like other people who say, children are delicious. Why shouldn't we eat them? And then all of a sudden I feel like, I'm okay. I'm all right.
Chuck, is that the best example you could have given in this case?
It is curious that is where your brain went to.
Listen,
of all the examples you could have given.
I'm just saying, I read Hansel and Gretel to my daughter the other day, and it got me wondering.
Every one of those stories, a chilled child gets eaten. Every one of those stories.
Funny?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. At one point, eating kids was a thing. Because guess what?
All of these stories, a whole lot of those stories.
All the stories end up with somebody got to eat a kid.
Peter and the Wolf, right?
Exactly.
Hansel and Gretel.
Little Red
Riding
Hood. Eating a kid. Hansel and Gretel. Eating a kid. Okay? Eating a kid.
Goldilocks.
Goldilocks. Eating a kid.
Chuck is onto something, I'm pretty sure.
I'm telling you, man, eating a kid had to be a thing at some point. At some point in society, we said, you know what, man, we got to stop eating these kids. This is out of control, guys. We can no longer mask it in our allegories and our children's horror stories. We just have to stop eating the kids.
All right.
All right. Okay. I'm sorry.
All right, back to base. Okay, Chuck, give me another question.
All right. Here we go. This is Catherine Ciallerini Moore. Says this. Hello, doctors. And Chuck.
She missed your Lord episode, so that's all right.
Exactly. As augmented reality and virtual reality movies and gaming experiences become more mainstream, are we learning through scientific studies as to whether or not the brain processes AR, VR stories differently or the same as if we're watching a flat screen? Ooh, if so, what are the differences?
Or if you're watching just reality, right? I mean, just put that on the list too.
Right.
It's so really the differences are the level of engrossment. So the brain, it's dark in there, it's black. It doesn't actually see anything, right? And so all it is getting stimuli coming in as ones and zeros, from the retina, let's say, visual stimuli, and it's interpreting that information. So whether it's real life, whether it's, on a flat screen, whether it's virtual reality, if you're fully attending to that information, and not having, there's always another little part of the brain saying, oh, you're watching a movie or this isn't real. But once you kind of, that's when they say, you go to a film and you suspend your disbelief, right? So once you're in the mode of suspending your disbelief, it all is the same. And virtual reality is just much more engrossing. But you can be as engrossed in a virtual reality as you are when you're watching a film on a big screen. It doesn't make a huge difference other than what is your ability to suspend your disbelief? And so that's the thing you're playing with. The more it becomes, more engrossed you are, the easier it is to forget that you're, this is a simulation.
So I just to put this on the table, I'm old enough to remember Shari Lewis and her hand puppet, Lamb Chop. At no time did I think Lamb Chop was real. I could not suspend my disbelief looking at a talking sock.
Did you try?
It never worked for me at any age. No, I wasn't even gonna try. It's like, no, I'm not doing this.
Okay, but how about this? Did you watch Sesame Street? Well, maybe, I don't know how, you maybe.
No, I'm too old for Sesame Street.
Okay.
Wow. My sister watched it, yeah.
Okay, but okay, so Chuck, Sesame.
But what about Sesame
when you're watching Sesame Street, were you not feeling that maybe Oscar was a real character or Big Bird was a real Kermit the Frog? Or were you thinking, oh, that's just a puppet, there's some guy's hand controlling it?
Okay, when I got older, I got better at that. And in fact, was it Kermit? I was on stage once.
You met Kermit the Frog?
I think I met Kermit the Frog on stage. And while there, I totally blocked out the fact that there's a human being there with his hand and a stick. And it was just me and Kermit. And I think we were doing good. It was a good thing.
God, I want to meet Kermit the Frog.
You're so lucky.
Just so I can say,
But
you think it's hard being green?
It ain't easy being green. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you think that's not easy?
Try being black.
There you go. You got it. You got it.
But Chuck,
Kermit?
Chuck, it was allegory.
Really?
Chuck, it was allegory. Okay. Okay. Go on.
But
the same thing is happening with these robots, these companions that they're creating now, right? So, that you're interacting with, like they're your pet, or they're becoming, we're anthropomorphizing these robots. So the closer they can act and look and sound and have facial expressions like a human, you're going to forget that it's a robot and interact with it in that way. So it's the same thing, whether you're watching a film, interacting with an AI, the more realistic it is, the easier it is for you to forget that it's not reality.
Now, how much of that has to do with your association from an early age? Like, I don't care how realistic you make a robot pet for me it's never going to be a pet. It's going to be a robot to me. But I have a feeling that if you gave my 8-year-old daughter a robot pet, anything, dog, cat, whatever. As she got older and became more, how can I say, familiar with that as an actual thing, when she, when it would just be nothing to have a robot pet.
Well, I think it's just a matter of what can fool you. I'm sure when you were a kid, whatever thing, I don't know, they had like a Teddy Ruxpin or whatever they had then at that point, maybe was able to fool you,
I remember Teddy Ruxpin, and I hated it.
No, Chuck. I think you're asking something different. I think it's one thing to say I have this robot pet and I'm perfectly happy with it. It's another thing to have a robot pet and you think it's no longer a robot. So I think your daughter is not going to think the robot is ever real, but she'll be perfectly content with a robot pet, just as an evolution of pets. I have a robot pet, and nothing.
So it really isn't about your belief that.
I don't think it has to be.
It's your belief that it's a pet.
Yes, that's
not
all.
That it's real.
Correct.
Or that it's.
It's a real robot, just like a real mouse or a real
the
hamster.
real question the deeper question I think is whether this thing has consciousness or not. And so when we start talking to like the Alexa, my kids talk to the Alexa like it's a person that has a conscious brain.
Yes. There was a movie about that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they ask her questions like, oh, well, she'll know, like she knows everything. And and it's very hard to explain to a child, well, this is just an algorithm. It's not
code.
an actual
You're talking to code.
conscious person. But they get confused. And so it has to do with earlier stages of development as well.
But why does it matter? Why does it matter?
It matters, I think, ethically.
That's a philosophical question, really. Why does it matter? If I can't tell the difference, then who cares?
I'll tell you why.
Alexa's my friend.
Because if
okay, tell me why after the break, then. We
suspense.
See what I did there? Suspense. I'm trying to do a Hitchcock thing here. When we come back, we're going to find out, does it matter if you know in advance something is real or fake? If it serves your needs and if it makes you happy, then what do you care if it's a robot or a human being? When we come back, Star Talk, your brain on movies. We're back, Star Talk, third and final segment of your brain on movies. We're doing Cosmic Queries here, and we left off with a thought. I was challenging Heather with the thought that if your kids have Alexa and they think Alexa's real, but even if they don't think Alexa's real, Alexa knows more than any other human. So why does it matter to you whether they think Alexa's real or not? What difference does it make?
So here's where I see.
This is their friend on the other side of a box.
Here's the differentiation. I think that it matters because, well, it matters if it's real or not, because it's how we treat it. So for example, if your, refrigerator is not conscious, it's okay to kick it or smash it or unplug it for Alexa, for example. But if you think it really has feelings, and then you do things to it that, smash it, shut it down, that has there are more ethical considerations to that. So how you treat the thing, it matters. So, this is a case in which, what does it matter whether a child believes it's conscious or not? Well, yeah, because if it believes it's conscious and then it, says, I hate you, Alexa, and it starts smashing it, it's a different scenario than if it doesn't
Look out, Mom. You're next.
Then you have a psychopath on your hands, right?
Right.
So, so how we treat these objects, whether they're conscious or whether they actually have subjective experience or not, matters. But it also matters in what we believe, because that tells us about that person. If a person is negative to something they believe is conscious, then we have to say this person might have some psychopathic tendencies. So there are some reasons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Good answer. Good answer there. Yeah. All right, Chuck, keep it going. This is our last segment.
Alexa, you're safe for another day. This is Alejandro Reynoso from Monterrey, Mexico. He says, hello, or should I say, hola.
Hola.
And I'm gonna read this in the way I think Alejandro sounds. He says,
How do you know how the man sounds?
Please, tell me.
Stop.
Alejandro, tell me more.
Which is the best representation you have ever seen of mental illness in a movie or a series? And by that I mean the closest reality.
Ooh, Alejandro.
Okay, so Heather, what do you have there?
There's so many. Well, one of the caveats is that when it's not done right, they show mental illness as just being this like stable thing, this trait. Once you have it, you're this person. But a lot of the time, mental illness, the severity can ebb and flow throughout a lifetime. So you might have OCD, you might have a really bad episode, then you get better for a while, and then it's bad again. So some of the films that do it well, certainly A Beautiful Mind, portrayal of John Nash, because the films where they allow you to actually get inside the head of somebody who's experiencing mental illness to feel what it might feel like. Birdman, that was with Michael Keaton, which was another one where they take you into his mind and so you're almost there with them and see what this might experience, what it might feel like to have hallucinations and delusions, and how you can easily slip from reality into these delusions.
And was it The Grandfather, the recent film that came out during COVID?
Yeah, with Alzheimer's. Was that?
With Alzheimer's, and I think its twist on a typical story was that he sees, is it his wife? Someone comes in twice, but he doesn't recognize her as his wife, but it's played by a completely different actress.
I haven't seen this.
So
you experience what he
brilliant.
That's a brilliant mechanism.
You are now in this man's head.
Yeah.
You are, and it's, who are you? I don't get out of here. I don't know who you are.
That's
Right.
Wow.
The other Memento was a film from a while back about memory issues, and you're trying to experience it the way he's experiencing it. You don't know what's happening either. You're kind of lost. And
Isn't that a real condition, by the way, that where you just you have, but you do have long-term memory, but you have zero short-term memory, right?
It's called like a dissociative fugue. It's when you go into these fugue states where you just forget completely who you are and where you're from. And so that is that. So some of those films which drag you in, Pi, which was another one that was a Darren Aronofsky film from a while back. So those films that bring you in, even The Shining, where you're
Pi, you mean The Life of Pi?
No. There was a film, I think it was in the 1990s, called Pi.
Just called Pi. Okay.
Yeah. And it was a Darren Aronofsky film.
The sequel, Apple Pie, and then there was another sequel.
Yeah, I don't think those are real sequels.
I never heard of Pie. I'm sorry.
There's so many. So those films that really bring you in, but other ones, that like dissociative identity disorder or split personality disorder, Black Swan, Natalie Portman, I think she got an Oscar for playing that role, where it was actually her. It was two actresses. It was her and Mila Kunis.
Mila Kunis.
She played this other character. The whole time you think it's two different characters. Or Fight Club, same thing. You think it's two different characters, but it's this one, Brad Pitt.
And Mila Kunis is the voice of Meg on Family Guy.
Well, then it's a perfect circle. Okay. It all makes sense. One that I always cite in my classes for an example of borderline personality disorder is Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction. It's a movie from the 80s. And it's an extreme portrayal, but of borderline personality disorder. Also, Girl Interrupted is another good one. There's so many. Yeah.
Oh, I know Girl Interrupted. That one was good.
That was Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, that had an early Angelina Jolie was in that.
Yes.
But not as the star. She was a side character.
Winona Ryder.
Are you sure? Did you get your two movies right? I thought Fatal Attraction had the other woman in it. There were two similar movies.
Glenn Close?
It was Glenn
in
Close.
Fatal Attraction.
Are you sure about that? Okay, then there's another movie with, what's her name? Which she crosses her legs in front of the interview
Sharon
camera.
Stone. That's Basic
Stone.
Sharon Stone. That was another one of those.
Basic
Instinct. Weren't they like the same movie, basically?
Different. They were different.
Okay.
But
that was polite of you. They're the same, but different. Right, okay.
I mean, yeah. Silver Linings Playbook is a more recent one that was portraying bipolar. It was with Bradley Cooper and
Katniss Everdeen. It was Bradley Cooper and Katniss Everdeen.
Katniss Everdeen, who is
whatever
amazing.
Her real name is Jennifer something.
Jennifer Lawrence.
Yes.
Jennifer Lawrence. Thank you.
Yeah. So these are all.
So which one of these are the best? Would you say?
The best what? Portrayal of mental illness?
Yeah. Would you say?
You want me to pick one? That's too difficult. I really like.
I'll pick one.
Okay.
I'll pick one. I just read Flowers for Algernon, and I went out and saw the movie Charlie with Cliff Robertson, and I was very moved by that. where he's mentally disabled, and they have a test serum that they give him where he becomes really smart, and you slowly watch him get smarter and smarter and smarter, and then he gets smarter than all of the friends who used to make fun of him for how non-smart he was, and then they no longer want to be his friend, and then the serum wears off, and then he goes back to the way he was. Oh my gosh! And it was and he won an Academy Award for that. I'm pretty sure.
Wow. Well, that sounds
Charlie. It's basically based on the Flowers for Algernon story.
Okay.
I'll tell you one really good one that portrays addiction is Requiem for a Dream. It's really disturbing, but it portrays addiction very, very well. You know, there's so many good films. I might have to, it's too difficult. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's
But getting
Nest.
back to your earlier point, the better ones would get you inside their head.
Well, A Beautiful
so that you
Mind.
can completely empathize.
A Beautiful Mind stands out to me because you really, I always, I've worked with patients with schizophrenia, and I could never understand, like, how did they, and that sort of allowed me to have insight into what it might feel like to be a intelligent, otherwise, functioning person, but be plagued by these delusions, and how easily you can slip into them. And so that for me was really a moving film.
All right, so let's see, slip in a couple fast ones. Go.
Mikhail Boyver says, hey guys, it's Mikhail Bo from Canada here in Shutter Island. The main character thinks he's a hero investigating a case of psychiatric hospital. At the end, we figure out he was the killer, and the psychiatrist made up the story to set up his therapy. My question, can you really convince and hold someone into a living, happy dream for their entire life? Ooh. From that standpoint of a mourning family, would a person that has no self-awareness to be put in jail be a fair thing to do if he's living peacefully in a dream and will never regret or know his actions? Dude, you just got super deep with, damn. Wow. I mean, well, here's the first thing. Let's answer the first question. Would that be acceptable therapy to put somebody inside of their own living dream? In other words, to massage their delusion to the point where they are living that delusion?
Well, I mean, I don't think that would be legal. I don't think,
Plus, you're ridding them of their accountability for their wrongdoings.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many levels there. I mean, this is the thing. If you don't know of anything else, then that whatever you're living in is your reality, right? Like,
it's the Matrix.
It's the Matrix. Yeah. And it goes for, I've seen this with, in unfortunate cases with children who have been in like abusive situations at home, and they think that that's normal. That's all they know. So they're not even that, sometimes aren't as upset about it until they see what else alternative exists. You don't know what you need a comparison, right? So if you were in your whole life living in a delusional, simulated world, you would never know the difference. But until it's just like living in the Matrix. Would that be a suitable, I'm a little confused because I haven't seen the movie treatment, but that's what they did to, I think it was in Minority Report when they jail people, they just like stick you in this thing and put a thing on your head. And I think then you're just living in a kind of virtual reality world or something for that's your imprisonment.
Right, you're just suspended there.
Yeah.
Suspended in basically a dream, basically. Yeah.
Exactly. They lock you like in dream. But what I love in terms of therapy, one of the films also that I love is Inception, because they're in their dream, it's actually how things work. They go back deep into the unconscious and they plant a seed. And that seed then germinates and changes ultimately the character's behavior that they're trying to, change. And so the idea of actually getting into someone's unconscious and planting a little bit of information, a little seed, and letting them.
So they make a life-changing decision that's better for them or different later on.
And that's what a lot of therapy is. You just sort of say, oh, what about this? Have you ever thought about it this way?
Right.
And then you just let them create their own and then change their behavior on their own.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, so.
All right,
Chuck, one more question.
Okay.
It's got to be fast.
Got to be fast. And this is a great one. This is Lydia, and she says, hello to all. My friend Naomi, who is doing her master's in neuroscience, is wondering if movies could be a very good treatment for depressed people. Also, if movies could give a good amount of dopamine, just like getting rewards. My kind regards, Lydia. And we answer back, dearest Lydia. No, okay, go ahead.
My dearest Lydia, Thank you for your letter. I think yes. So humor is really something that does release dopamine in the brain. And
Chuck doesn't know anything about humor.
let me tell you, Chuck.
Give Chuck some school Chuck here.
Humor.
Let me tell you a little bit about humor, Chuck. It releases dopamine in the brain, and it can be a very useful, first of all, it's a useful defense mechanism. Sometimes when people are in pain, they use humor to deflect, but it's one of the positive defense mechanisms. So, but losing yourself into another person's story is a good way. It's a form of like healthy dissociation in a way. So if you're ruminating over your problems, you just can't get out of your own head. If you can get engrossed in a film that's maybe with, a positive theme and something, that's happy or funny, it can actually help change your brain in a way. And not, if you're in a very deep depression, it's a neurochemical imbalance, maybe not so much. But if you're just feeling a little bit down, and I'm sure we've all had that experience of you watch something that moves you and it shifts how you're feeling, for the rest of the day.
Yeah, but Heather, if I'm depressed, do I benefit from seeing people who are more depressed than I am? And I say, I guess I don't have it that bad. Or do I see people who are happy and then I aspire to that? I mean, it seems like you can argue it both ways, right?
It's a very good question. I mean, studies show, so there's this thing, it's called upward comparison and downward comparison. And so they find that people are happier in general when they compare down. So they say, look at people who are worse off than them, and then they feel better. So if you're having a problem in your life right now, and you say, but wait, look at those people in the Ukraine right now. Like, they're really suffering. So
Right.
Put your problems in perspective, you'll feel a little bit better about your life. But if you're comparing yourself to, I don't know, Richard Branson or somebody who has their own island and yacht, and you might feel a little bit bad about your current position in life. So in
Not
general,
Jeff Bezos, which makes him the saddest man in the world, because even though he's worth more money than anybody, you look at him and go, I don't want to be that a-hole.
No.
But his ex-wife, on the other hand, she's someone I'd like to be. But
So black people have a famously low suicide rate relative to white people, and Red Fox once remarked about that. He said, "It's hard to kill yourself jumping out of the basement window."
That is hilarious.
Guys, we gotta land this plane. Heather, thanks for giving us some insights here. That's all valuable, and this is an unending subject. We're gonna have to do this again.
Yes.
Because I'm sure we didn't get through all the questions, Chuck.
Nowhere
So
near.
we will have to do this again. It'll have to be your brain on movies, the sequel. How's that about that?
Nicely
two.
done, sir.
yeah.
You see how I played that?
Like what you did there.
All right, Chuck Nice, co-host, Heather Berlin, our favorite neuroscientist. Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're a personal astrophysicist. Keep looking up.
We all need space to understand our health and well-being clearly and confidently. Planned Parenthood creates a space for people of all backgrounds and identities to receive expert sexual health care, whether you have insurance or not, supporting you on your personal path to better health. From birth control to mental health to transgender hormone therapy, whether in person or online. At Planned Parenthood, this space is for you. Schedule online at ppncs.org.
The sun is out and warm weather is calling. And with bright new designer
There we
pieces
go.
from Stony Clover Lane for Target, you'll be ready for every spring adventure. Dropping April 2nd, this limited time only collection is filled with candy colored,
Sorry about the wait, guys. I had some stuff I had to run
swim,
into.
outdoor fun, and more. Mix and match and personalize essentials for wherever you're
All right,
going.
now we got
Whether
it
you're
up.
headed to the beach
Let's go.
or around town. There's
Sorry
never
about
been
the
a
wait,
better way
everybody.
to express your personal style. Stony Clover Lane for Target drops April 2nd in most Target stores and Target.com for a limited time only.
Welcome to Star Talk, your place in the universe where science and pop culture collide. Star Talk begins right now.
All right.
This is Star Talk, Cosmic Queries edition. And I got my co-host, Chuck Nice. Chuck.
Hey, Neil. What's happening?
Always good to have you, Chuck. It's nice to have
It's
you.
always a pleasure to be here.
So today we're going to talk about Oumuamua.
Oumuamua. Is that a new Disney film? Oumuamua? What?
And I only know about it from just what I read. I don't think much beyond that about it. So we bring in one of our experts at large. Of course, we've got Natalie Starkey. Natalie, welcome back to Star Talk.
Hi Neil, hi Chuck. It's really good to be back. Nice to see you both again.
Nice to see you. And you're an expert on like stuff that's not planets in a solar system. Is that a fair characterization?
I know a fair amount about planets, but yeah, I like comets and asteroids. I like the smaller bits and bobs of the solar system.
The stuff that could render us extinct one day.
Maybe, but hopefully not. If we know enough about these things.
So if there's a comet, Natalie, headed towards Earth, that's not good for you if that happens.
No, that wouldn't be great. But actually,
come on now, open up.
If we could divert it away from Earth and then get a sample of it and bring it back for all the scientists who want to study these things, then that would be great.
Wow, so you're going beyond Bruce Willis. You don't just want to save the Earth. You want to get some science done while you're doing it.
Why not? We might as well. There's enough of us here doing this science that I think, we could learn an awful lot if we could actually go grab some sample.
While you save humanity and civilization, can you bring back a sample from my lab?
Right, exactly. It's a bit of a different movie.
It's a different movie. That's a completely different movie. So, Natalie, you have the title of cosmochemist. I didn't even know you could have that title. And how many other people know that that's even a title or something to aspire to who are in school?
And you know what, I didn't know it was something you could do when I was younger. I had no idea. And I actually went through my degrees, which were in geology, and then ended up doing a PhD in geochemistry, essentially, looking at volcanoes, old volcanoes in the Arctic. And then it was doing, after that, when I became kind of what I would consider a proper scientist, where I'm working for money and I'm getting paid to do science, that I became a cosmochemist, because I just turned my geochemistry into studying rocks from space. So I was looking
You can
at,
say you got bored with Earth. You just say it, you got bored with Earth.
There's only so much you can do with Earth. No, I absolutely love Earth. And volcanoes are like my absolute passion. But when I saw this job advertised that was working on samples from the Stardust mission, which was a NASA mission to collect samples from a comet, I was absolutely fascinated. So it was a steep learning curve for me, because I'd never studied asteroids or comets or.
Okay, hold on. There we go.
On public virtue, particularly anti-racism, which as a concept, everyone will agree with. Who wants to be racist? But they aggravate the circumstance to a tremendous degree, and they arrogate to themselves. And now with the complicity of the Ontario government, the right to judge and the right to tell and the right to say what is right and what is wrong. We have for 100 years deplored the great authoritarian systems of communism and fascism and Nazism, where they impose thoughts. The Cultural Revolution, where if you didn't think and say the right thing, you got beaten with bamboo poles. The West has never said to any group of sovereign individuals that one set has every right thought, and the rest of you, if you don't bend to us, which is what this is. You don't bend to us, you're a racist, you're a messiah. The truckers protest. It's a really good one. If anyone now wants to protest what they see as dangerous in the anti-racism ideology, is that going to be an emergency act too? Are there certain sets of liberal thoughts that are so special that they completely eviscerate the entire concept of civil liberties, free speech, intellectual challenge, and authority? Let me give you a little quote to understand that this thing is not isolated. It doesn't come just from the activist groups. It's only back in last May when Mr. Trudeau was talking about certain things, and he was talking about, the nature of Canadian institutions. I think I have. He was going on to say that we have in the building across the way, I'm quoting now from memory, I thought I had it written. In the building across the way, we've seen the systemic disadvantages built into the Canadian political system. We are systemically racist. Now, there's another word to pause on for a while. When we stopped, and by the way, if you walk out into the city of Toronto, you live here, how is it that a systemically racist country like Canada has its biggest city, and it looks like some parade of all the world? How did it come to pass that we, who are so mingy and so close and so unconsciously and systemically racist in all our institutions and historically, as Mr. Trudeau said, this is one of the most welcoming places in the world? I got smacked across the face for simply writing that in the column. When the Vietnamese were floating on the waves after the terrible wars in Vietnam, bang, most welcome, come in as soon as you can. A smaller episode, when the planes went down on 9/11 and all the passengers disembarked in Gambo and Gander, they didn't stop to ask them where you were from or what color you are. They took all into their houses and places. We have allowed this from the leadership down. We have allowed this
man, I had it. I don't even remember how to pull it up anymore. It's been a while. You know what? Let's try to find that out.
Apologize for every aspect of a wonderful nation. This is where all this stuff comes in from. There's the license. And now you've got it in the sophisticated province of Ontario with a ridiculously overpriced educational system, throwing out the curriculum and bringing in attitude indoctrination based on false thesis and a very authoritarian impulse. Imagine if you're a teacher.
Yeah, I found
and you
it.
see that perhaps the white students in your class are not receiving the instruction they should, that they're being degraded because they bear historical stigma. And you say, this is bad for their self-esteem. You can get fired now. You can get fired for doing your job. I'm remaining puzzled that an entire caucus
No, I don't need none of that.
in the 21st century, most of whom, by the way, are educated themselves, allow this thing to dribble in with so little response and so little comment. It was like the protest when the banks froze all those accounts.
Well, you know what? Hold on.
I haven't heard a word from any strong opposition. Where did you get the authority to do so? And when does government walk into private citizens' accounts because they don't like what they think? This is just another example of that.
So here's another one. A performance appraisal of a teacher shall include competencies related to a teacher's anti-racism awareness. Okay, so competencies related to a teacher's anti-racism awareness. Okay, so now all of a sudden,
I gotta find a good spot.
Anti-racism awareness, whatever that is something that's going to be judged as crucial to their maintenance of their employment and their progress through the ranks. And so here's the issue. Well, who's going to decide that a teacher is sufficiently anti-racist aware? And how are they going to decide that? And by what standards are they going to judge that? And then even more importantly, who is going to be the judge of that? And why are they in some sort of privileged position to decide whether or not a teacher is sufficiently aware in this anti-racist manner? And the details matter in these sorts of things because competencies are actually extraordinarily difficult to assess. It's taken people a very long time to build competency assessment in relationship to literacy and numeracy, for example. We do that through objective testing. There are no valid tests. There are no valid and reliable tests, that is, measures of something like a teacher's anti-racism awareness.
That's the core insult. We can't. You're going to test the competency of teachers in their anti-racism build-up. In other words, some agent is going to determine your moral competence, not just anti-racism. When you get to this kind of competency testing, what you're saying is, I'm going to decide whether you're a good person or a bad person. Now, it might be difficult with the psychological measurements that you have to determine competency in English or mathematics or history. It's difficult, but you can get some reasonable idea of it. But if I look at you and I decide from a distance, and if I'm also saturated with a particularly radical perspective, and maybe I don't like you as well, why not? Throw that in there, because it's all subjective here. You're not anti-racist enough. I think you should be anti-racist more. Where did the possibility of such questions become a possibility. It leaves you almost breathless.
Why are we willing to assume that expertise in evaluating someone's anti-racism awareness even exists? I put that at the feet, in large part, in the faculties of education who are clueless enough to be confused about exactly what a competency means and exactly how that might be assessed. And then there's the punitive elements of this too. So there are disciplinary measures described within the framework in response to racism. And remember, this is racism that can be unconscious, and it's very difficult to decide when exactly that happens. And it's racism that's defined as the absence of an anti-racist doctrine as well. And so now it can be punished as well. And so then you have to ask yourself, well, who are going to flock to the boards that adjudicate sufficient racism, anti-racism awareness, and who's going to set themselves up as judge and punishers? And the answer is the people you least want to ever do that. And this is outside of any judicial framework, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. They never do. Let me just tell you, you already know this. Who's going to judge? I'll tell you who are going to judge. The school boards are going to judge. Let me give you a most recent example. The biggest school board
All right, set that as my destination.
The Ontario School Board.
I got all my ships aboard.
One of the most highly paid students in Ontario.
We're going to launch off of that way.
$15,000 a student. Well, let me give you an example of their anti-racism. This is specific. This is real. This is news reported. There was a young girl, I think she was 12 or 13 at the time, in Afghanistan. All of the things that were going on, anyway, you know all about them. Anyway, she got captured by ISIS. She was captured as a young girl. She was put into sex slavery. She was passed around. You can imagine the brutalizations of an orphaned girl in that circumstance. By some supernal effort of will or luck or both, she escapes damn camp. She escapes the rape of herself by numerous ISIS figures. She then becomes, again, it's an amazing story. She becomes a spokesperson for especially young girls in war conflicts and in those terrible, genuinely terrible circumstances. And by the time she's 15 or 16, I haven't got the details precise, she wins. This girl who was captured and tortured and mutilated and raped, she wins the Nobel Prize. This is better than Nelson Mandela, better than Mother Teresa. She wins the Nobel Prize and she becomes a voice. An Afghanistan girl becomes a voice for the fundamental dignities and liberties of all young girls everywhere.
I like that one, though.
Now we jump. The Toronto School Board had some sort of symposium where they would invite special speakers. And they were lucky enough to receive the Nobel Prize winning Afghanistan girl. This is only 2 or 3 weeks ago. However, the equity committees of that little board, they decided that this would not be a good idea to bring this one into one of their reading gatherings.
That purple.
Because her presence might excite
rose
Islamophobia. When you get into this game of anti this and anti that and phobia this and phobia that, and everything is racist, you get to such a ludicrous point that one of the most spiritually honorable and physically brave human beings is a young girl with a Nobel Prize, and your pure school board says, I don't know if we should bring her in. She might have a bad influence on our young people. This is where anti-racism goes. It's a different story, but it's the same idea. It's the same ethos, and that's what I protest against. The Toronto School Board's legislation right now is just one more installment of so many idiocies that have been coming across, such as this male who's out there now winning every female swimming championship in the world, and no one wants to stand, well, very few want to stand up and say, this is absurd and insulting.
So the Higher Education Quality Council now will have at least one member who shall be a person who has expertise in racial equity in the post-secondary education center. And so now what we're being asked to swallow here is the idea that there is such a thing as expertise in racial equity in the post-secondary education sector. And so that isn't the ability to teach kids how to read, let's say, or to teach them how to do the mathematics that will be necessary to get them through their life, but a new kind of expertise, specifically in the post-secondary education center, that is associated with the promotion of racial equity. Well, who says that that sort of expertise exists? And again, who's going to judge equality?
Question: which color? Which give me a look?
Ideologically committed.
Which color should I use?
At Western National Insurance, nice is a little word that does big things for everyone. Shouldn't nice be the way you describe your insurance company? Ask your independent agent today for Western National and experience the power of nice.
It is only the ideologically committed. It is the ideologically committed who are declaring themselves the racial experts. That if you get up and declaim enough against white history and whiteness and white fertility, and if you throw out white as a derogatory term, if you make white, which is a skin color, that at least in that one category, if you make whiteness a source of evil, you're an expert. If you get up and say that I don't buy this anti-whiteness, I think human beings are human beings. I think their personal and spiritual and family personalities are that they are not the constitution just of their epidermis. Then
carriers are like 8 billion. You need 8 billion for a carrier.
Before you bring in these expert anti-racists,
so leave it as red.
Teachers are
I bet.
Okay. What was the purpose of all these teachers going off to
5 billion,
and spending 4
and then you got
years for a BA or 5
and
or
then
6 for an MA or even 6?
So all right, so besides the 5 billion, you want to have maybe another billion so that you can buy services, and stuff like that. Oh yeah, wait a minute, hold on. You can walk them. Well, you 3 billion down, my guy. 3 billion. That's all you need. All right. $10 minutes till. So I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to carrier management. My color should be changed because I just switched it to pow. Whoa. Hold on. Okay, maybe because I'm in the process of jumping, it hasn't changed or something. I don't know. Something weird. Alright, you know what? I'm a disembark. I'm about to walk to my ship like a straight G. Oh wow. Okay, well I don't know what to do.
For a PhD,
how about that?
To become fully qualified teachers, and then some amateur self-appointed activist
where the fuck is the door?
Wanders in from some street to have a size up and say, oh, by the way, your 7 years of this and your 10 years of experience in actual teaching, the teaching of subjects that are in the educational curriculum, that doesn't qualify you. Here's what's going to qualify you. If you're sufficiently genuflective.
So I'm actually walking around my fleet carrier right now.
Of my untrained ability to assess your moral character. No one has the right to judge another person's soul. We've known that for 2,000 years or more.
It can be.
Get down to it, you can use the current.
It most definitely can be.
When people are judging other people as being insufficiently moral and inadequately moral to their standards, I mean, this is an abandonment of reason.
So it took me about a month
training referred to
get my fleet carrier.
Section 5.2, which is the anti-racism training that members of the council will be subject to shall be training developed by experts in the anti-racism education community. So it's the same thing again. It's this insistence that there are
So that's the name of
experts
my
in such a thing
ship
as anti-racism,
or my fleet carrier.
and that because of their expertise, they're
Knights of
capable
Outer
and
Heaven.
competent to judge precisely the moral attitudes of others, and then to find if those others aren't committed to exactly
Escape
the same
pod, very
ethical
useful if you get
doctrines
stuck
that
on
they're
somebody's
committed to
ship.
because of their incredible moral standing.
Yeah, getting stuck on somebody's ship, ta-da, you have this. You use the escape pod to get out. Got command deck. What we got down here? Now you can see the stuff from here, but I'm about to go up Tizop. I'm about to go to the tippy top on the tippy town. Like I grinded, so I don't know. If I want something bad enough, I grind. Get my seat. I got 3 more things I want to get. I gotta get the bar and like 2 more things. So yeah, this is how that's looking. Well, hold on. I got 5 minutes 20 some seconds. It'll warn me when it's time to. This is my little office. You know what I'm saying? Pop me a little seat over here at my desk. Sit back and just. It's another day in space. Oh yeah. So. 5 minutes till we depart. Got coffee maker. You know. In case you need a good cup of Joe. Everybody needs a good cup of Joe. It happens. Yeah. Got one. Got my terminal screen. So you can back to that, you know. 4 minutes 30 some seconds. I don't even know what all this means, but it's something important to somebody. Yep. Command deck seating area. We got 4 minutes. All right. 2.8. Okay. So that's like 4 missions. Right? Or 50, 50, 50, 50. Yeah. So 4 50 mil credit missions. And that's 3. I mean, I could go to a system, tell you to join me, and just pick up. You need a type 9. If you got a type 9, bro, all you need is a type 9 to get paid. You want to hurry up and get to your fleet carrier. All right. Every 20 missions is $1 billion. You should complete a mission every 20 minutes. 20 to 30 minutes. So every half hour, boop, boop, boop. All you really need is a solid weekend where it's non-stop playing, bro. You hit it. You hit it quick. And you hit it even faster if you have like 3 people in your wing or something like that. Because as you are sharing and picking up, at some point it will unlock everybody else to be able to get 50 mil credit missions. Once they unlock, they go over there, they pick up a mission, and then they share it with the group. So you got 3 people sharing with you, and then you sharing your one with everybody else. Alright, well, if you end up going to where my fleet carrier is, I think you can buy one. I think you can buy one off my ship. I honestly think you can pick one up from my ship. Well, not my ship, my fleet carrier. Alright, we about to have. I need to put on some. some space cowboy music. Well, actually, I'm gonna put on one of my beats. Matter of fact, where are you? Tell me that. Let me know that. Okay. Alright, as soon as I finish this jump, I'm gonna find out where it's at. And see how far away from you I am. Was you Federation or Empire or Alliance or Federation, whatever it is. I keep forgetting what the differences is. I know it's kind of like Star Wars with a hint of Star Trek in it. Like Star Trek rules with Star Wars factions. All right, while we getting ready to do this, we got like, we jumping, baby. Independent? Okay. Look, I love doing jumps now from the helm, from the command deck. Yeah, it look like we done with that jump.
That they're to be judged wanting and not to be.
Let me see something. Oh, we don't do that. I'm gonna throw on Joe Rogan. Check that out while we sitting up here doing shit. All right, let me get up out this seat.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
And we're up. Joshua, talk to me. What's happening?
What's happening is I've wandered into some sort of a strange portal that's transported me here to this wooden galaxy-filled, I don't know, I mean, bunker, starship.
It's just a studio, but you brought with you War Master.
Damn right I did.
Yeah, I love this stuff. How did you, so you helped develop this with this company?
Yes, to a degree.
Did you give them taste parameters?
We were, yes.
Cheers, sir.
Hey, cheers, skull.
Good to see you. Woo! I told myself I was going to take a while off of drinking after this weekend. Guess not.
Today ain't the day.
You smoke cigars?
What's that?
You
Yes, I
smoke
do.
cigars?
Yes, I do.
Actually,
part of the development of the
Sorry,
whiskey
I got somebody
prior
at my
to doing a
job
single
asking
barrel
questions
product
about stuff.
was doing a lot of tasting with cigar clubs by our original head distiller. So this, part of the creation of this was also what would be the best bourbon to go with a cigar.
Oh, this is perfect because it's got smoky a smoky essence to it. How do they do that? Do you know how they do that? I saw a video.
Yes. Well, what we do is we take. Thank you. We take.
Running in a retail store is difficult.
Of our 75% corn mash bill, and we smoke it in a big shipping container on these racks. And then, after 3 days, we then take all that smoked corn, take it back to the distillery, and then we will mill it with 25% roasted corn out of that 75% corn mash bill, and then we mill it with also a 25% malted barley, or malted rye.
Damn.
And we mix it all together, we get our mash going, and then starts the process of fermentation.
And
I like the fact that I can walk through my fleet carrier.
For a while?
That shit is dope as
Did you
hell.
know them, and then you decided to do this with them?
I did not know of them. They reached out to me, and I was actually in the process of trying to work with a distillery to do whiskey, because I started to see a lot of this stuff popping up with celebrities slapping their name on these different things, and I have been someone who's a connoisseur of whiskey for a long time, and I wanted to do it, but I wanted to do it in a way that I felt was legit.
Yeah, it's hard because people come to you with whiskey that they've made, and they're like, "Hey, I want you to try this," and it's like, "Yeah, this is not good."
Well, there's plenty of that. Whiskey has been an incredibly fast-growing market at this point, and the shelf space right now is getting pretty full up.
It's also it's hard to make. It takes a long time to do it right.
It does.
Like Buffalo Trace ages their shit for 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the reasons why it's so good.
Right.
Well, and the thing is, Buffalo Trace has a rickhouse full of thousands of barrels to choose from to do whatever they want with. When you're a startup, or let's just say a craft distillery like us, if we have 30 barrels sitting around, we're pretty happy. It takes a lot to get this stuff going. It takes a lot of little subtle things, which yeast you're using, how long your fermentation cycle is, and then
just
as
like
it
right
all
next
goes
to me.
to
Like you're like
that distillation run,
3
the
jumps
low
from
run,
me.
the low wine run, the stripping run is important, but
I
that's
haven't
pretty
been
much
there.
full tilt. You're not really looking for anything in particular other than
I'll
just
fly the
watching
route over
what
to it.
the level of alcohol you're getting out of it is and what that yield is.
I'll
But then
go
on
check
that
out,
second
see what's
distillation
all there.
run, where the real juice comes from. You got to make your cuts at the right place. You want to avoid getting a bunch of heads, and you don't want a bunch of tails. But you don't want no tails, because some of those volatiles or higher esters will interact in the barrel in ways that come out unpleasant. But as you initially taste it, it might, put a little what you feel is like some slight taint to what you're doing. But no, it's all process, and
Would you like me to clear the area and prepare for jump?
Yes.
Boost activated. Distancing. Stand by. Preparing the FGL. Charging supercruise drive.
Shit. Hold on. Hip 46236 is where my fleet carrier is right now. I think I might be the only one in this. Yeah, I'm the only one in this area. I'm actually jumping over to your area to just see what you got, where you're at. You're only 100 light years from me. 110, 113, something like that. You're like hella close, which is crazy.
Adjusting for jump.
What? That was unexpected. I'm also in my own private group, so if you need a quick invite to the group, because I generally only play in my group.
Welcome, Commander. Please request docking permission before approaching a landing pad.
What the f- Really? Okay. Oh my god. Super Cruise. Super Cruise. Enable Super Cruise.
Engaging Super Cruise.
When you talk to your computer. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
What do you mean? Like, how much do you have?
Adjusting for jump.
If it ain't a Type 9, don't mess with it. Don't worry about it. If it ain't Type 9, don't touch it. It's like if it ain't a Chevy, don't lift it up.
Compiling data for photography.
Full spectrum system scanner.
Affirmative, Captain.
Yo, how come I can't? There's like one left. Where the fuck is it? Okay, hold on. Exit full spectrum system scanner.
Okay, Captain.
All right, now where the hell is this one at? I mean, I don't want to really leave this area. Hold on. I got an idea. Wait a minute. You telling me I don't gotta... There we go. Sitting there like, where is my scanner? I guess I didn't have it set up on this one. Full spectrum system scanner.
Affirmative, Captain.
There we go. Exit full spectrum system scanner.
Affirmative.
Nah, you just need a type. You just honestly, you just need a. You need like a type 9, type 10, and that's all you do. Anything that has to do that allows you to use your type 9, type 10.
Leaving system.
Like this, I played with this. This is the only ship I was running for a while. I had a Python. I got an Anaconda now. I got a Federal Corvette. I haven't even started putting anything on it.
Okay.
Figures I don't know them all. Crap. It's right there. Okay. Exit full spectrum system scanner. Exit full spectrum system scanner.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Maybe I got unlocked. There we go. Full spectrum system scanner.
Okay, Captain.
Finished.
Affirmative, Captain.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
Vectors.
Vectors?
Thing is, you can't rush any of it. I mean,
Is whiskey like wine where you want to like let it sit open for a while? Does it change the flavor?
It does. And in fact, I tell people, if you really like it smoky as shit, add water to it or ice. That brings that essence of smoke. I believe it brings some of the oils up to the surface, and it makes it even smokier. If you want it less smoky, put no ice in it, no water, and then before you drink it, let it sit for 5 minutes. And it opens up a little bit. And as you're sitting there, it will generally tend to get creamier, a little more buttery, less smoke hitting the front. It never loses all of its smoke because this is really smoky stuff, but You know, as it sits, as time gets to it and oxygen gets to it, it will change the nose and the palate.
The nose and the palate.
Yeah.
I got
Sitting
into-
here, you know, getting punched in the face all the time, talking about noses and palates.
Your nose is in remarkably good shape.
Well, I mean, considering it
think
looks
about
like Mulholland Drive.
It doesn't look that bad. I mean, there's a lot of guys who have way more jacked noses than you. It's just
Finish.
a long career of fighting.
I will let them have that. They can have that.
Finished. Finished.
Acknowledged.
One donna. I'm like, who are we going to kill today? Drive by harpoon.
Vectors.
Title. You know, this nose is when the gal was swabbing me. I'm thinking, well, don't try to go up in this one because it's all broken up so bad you can hardly get a swab up that thing.
Are you ever going to get them
Gathering
fixed?
information.
Yeah, I think at some point.
Dude, it
Has now
changed my
been
life.
updated.
I did it when I was 40. I had my deviated septum fixed. And all I could think of was, God, why didn't I do this when I was younger? It's so much better.
I know why I haven't. And that's just simply because I figure I'm just going to bust it up again.
I'm sure.
And even though fighting really is winding down, it ain't completely over yet with me. So I want to try and get every last drop of opportunity out of that, and then walk
4-8
away
fuel
from it,
scoop.
because it's not a kind of thing where you're like, oh, you know, actually I feel like, no, you don't. Too late. It's gone.
Right.
It's over with. So
Doing nothing with my life. Let's get a
44.
little bit closer and get us some fuel, huh?
What's scrapping left?
I don't know. Maybe 2, 3, but I ain't gonna spend 2 or 3.
We gonna
probably.
cool off real quick.
It's so much different for heavyweights. You know, heavyweights traditionally physically mature later. Whereas, like, if you were a flyweight at 44,
Yeah, the fact that you've probably slowed down quite a bit is going to make a huge difference to you. Whereas a heavyweight, the last thing you're going to lose is power, and lack of speed is not inherently going to cost you out there in the ring. George Foreman, big example. But even at heavyweight, there's not a ton of guys who are 40 plus that were able to relaunch their career and go out there and win a world title.
George is really the only one, if you really think about it.
He's like the number one.
Yeah.
But even Holyfield is still competitive.
Yeah.
Although not now, obviously.
God, I'm so hungry.
That thing now, when he did with Vitor, was real weird.
Yes.
Because first of all, he took it on short notice, which is a terrible idea when you're almost 60.
Vectors.
You know, and I know Evander had been training and gearing up for a fight with Mike Tyson, and he looked half decent on the mitts, but much better later than he did earlier. And you see him early in the first few videos that he posted. It looked like he really hadn't worked out in a while and was really knocking the dust off and getting the old engine lubed up again. And then as time went on, he started looking pretty good. But then to take a fight, an actual fight, on, I think it was like 2 weeks' notice, right?
That sounds about right.
Because Vitor was supposed to fight. Who was he supposed to fight?
Roy Jones, was it?
That's right. So here, was it Roy Jones? No, I feel like it wasn't Roy Jones. It was like, Vitor is still fucking fast, man, and he still hits hard. And this is TRT Vitor.
Yes, this is a really, to me, this is basically youth versus age, and it was such a disparity that even the
16-9
technical expertise and that boxing experience that is far and above Vitor.
Yeah.
It didn't matter.
Vitor's always been a fairly decent boxer,
yes,
though.
for sure.
For MMA, he's been an amazing boxer.
Yes, and this isn't to diminish Vitor, but
he's got to do everything.
You're Evander Holyfield. You've been to the Olympics.
I'll be there in a second.
Only
I
boxed
just want to
his
make sure I
entire
get everything I can.
His knowledge of the sweet science is going to be at an extreme level.
Oh, that's right, Oscar De La Hoya.
Oh, right, he caught COVID. Yes.
He didn't just catch COVID, he caught a case of bad acting. That was nuts when he was like in the hospital really quickly. All of a sudden, like, what
tubes
are the
coming out of
chances
everything.
of me catching COVID? Like,
And maybe he just has a catheter fetish.
Is that what they do? They give you a catheter as soon as you get
I
in
don't
there?
know. Maybe he was hoping for it. He's like, you know what? COVID has made my urethra swell so that I can no longer urinate. Can you please jam something up there?
I'm trying to think if I've ever had a catheter. I think I must have since I've had a few surgeries.
I have never, other than a roll-on one for doing the Baja 1000.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you just basically put on like this little condom, and then you take the line, you run it down the side of your leg, and you put it off the back end and off to the side of your shoe, your boot. So
Couple
that
more
way, when
jumps
you're
and up to
driving,
where you at.
a little crack in the floorboard, when you pee, it just goes out the car.
Oh, wow, that's genius.
Because you ain't stopping.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
You ain't stopping.
Somebody should have told that to, remember that lady, the astronaut who wore a diaper to go kill her boyfriend's wife?
Right, yes.
Remember that?
Yeah.
She drove like many states across state lines with like duct tape and pepper spray. And this bitch was motivated.
Oh. Whew.
Just shows you can be an astronaut and still be a crazy fuck.
That's true. Also, don't fuck with crazy women.
No, but that's
ass.
the problem is they're sometimes the most fun.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, no, it is a problem.
Yeah.
It's a huge problem. But you need to realize when you got to stop.
Yeah. You got to know what's like fun is not necessarily good for you.
Yeah, it's
Right.
not necessarily a bad idea if you bring someone home to take like a really long, convoluted, complex route. So they can't figure out how to
You can't
get
do
back.
that anymore. Those have phones.
I know,
They just
but
drop a pin where your house
I
is.
get it, but most people are not that Machiavellian. They don't think that way ahead. Now, me, I would think that way, but hey, and look, maybe if you find a girl that is that Machiavellian, maybe you marry her. I don't know.
Well, the crazy ones are the ones that are going to drop the pin.
Yeah. Generally, yeah.
Generally, yeah. They gotta make
Jesus
sure they come
Christ.
back.
Well,
They're going to leave panties behind. And shit.
oh man, no crazy people in my life anymore. I mean, MMA and pro wrestling's crazy enough, but
Yeah.
no. I decided that it was probably better for my health and sanity to be with someone that's just plain awesome and calm and is not interested in dropping pins and doing crazy
Your
shit.
girlfriend seems very nice.
She is
like you've got a perfect.
awesome. I couldn't be happier.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
Yeah.
So, how many times have you done the Baja?
Just once. Bud Brutzman hits
that's
me
my
up.
buddy Bud. I
Oh
love
yeah.
Bud.
So Bud hits me up on short notice, and he's just like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Actually, I was at 10th Planet in downtown working with Amir.
50? That's gonna be some good cartography data.
No, Alam.
Oh, Miramar.
And because for a while there, all the bigger guys from Eddie's school were training a lot with me, and I was cornering them on a lot of the things they were doing. So I'm sitting there, and I get this call from Bud, and he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm just training." He's like, "You want to do the Baja?" I'm like, yes. By the way, I've never done any off-road racing, only like road racing and drag racing. So I'm like, but I know this is a completely different animal. But yeah, sure, why not? When? Oh, Thursday. It's Monday.
That's such a
Where do I gotta be? And it turned into a fucking adventure and a half.
Explain the Baja for people that don't know what's involved, because it's a crazy race.
They're in the Baja Peninsula. There is the Baja 500 and 1000. And the 1000 being the granddaddy of them all. It's one of the most prestigious off-road races in the world. It's also one of the most dangerous. And they have two ways of doing it. One is they do a circle where they set it up where you start off in Ensenada, generally, and then you'll head down
Dude,
south.
finding all these is gonna be rough.
And then the other aspect they have is it just goes
maybe not.
in a meandering line all the way down to 1,000 miles from where you started. So for the time I did it, I was part of a team, and I think I jumped in the car second or third. Me and Jesse Combs, rest in peace. So ours went from Ensenada to I believe La Paz. It's one, off-road shot all the way down there. And basically, you're off in the wilderness, in the wilds. I mean, you can see the remnants of courses and things like that, but some of the stuff just gets made as it goes. And there's also a lot of people that do what's called pre-running, so they'll go out there and they'll
17
map out
left,
the track
something like
and all
that.
and they will mark all the hazards, and they'll get used to it because there's a lot on the line with the Baja 1000. And you have if you've got the money especially, you'll have a trail team that'll travel down the highways and then can intersect with you at different points to do your driver changeovers.
Is it 1,000 kilometers? Like, what is it?
I think it's 1,000 miles.
1,000 miles.
And you get out there and you're in the middle of nothing. And you could be, I remember we jump in the car at 4 o'clock in the morning, pitch black, lights are on, slap you on the helmet, put your shit on, bye. And we're already going 50, 60 miles an hour in the middle of nowhere in brush. And I'm looking at a GPS and looking up ahead. There's no windshields in any of this stuff because that would just get dirty and then you would get blind. So you wear your helmets and you sit on microfiber like mitts and things to just clear your face off as bushes, cacti, whatever, dust, dirt, silt is flying through that into the cabin and hitting you. You've got electrolyte drinks that are in a little like a camel setup that you can go and take a drink while you're in the car. You've got your catheter set up to urinate, and away you go. And it's pitch black. All you can see is what the lights are showing, and I'm just going, well, you know what? Tight butthole, I guess, but there ain't no turning back now. And we were in a Class 6 vehicle, which was like a dune buggy with a Subaru Boxster motor in it. But the thing did top out at like 98 miles an hour on a back road, just going straight, just hauling ass, 4 gears. And it's pretty hairy. I mean, when the sun starts coming up though, and you're going 30 miles an hour along the side of this bridge on this cliff with like a 40-foot drop off to your right, but you're seeing the sunset coming up, the sunrise over the Mexican skyline, and it is just insane. But also, people like to do things like create hazards on purpose and then film them for YouTube. So put a jump where one wasn't, put a hole where one wasn't, put a cactus right in the middle of the course, perhaps. I mean, it's just crazy shit.
Yeah, that's what I guess.
Stuff like this happens. I can tell you from experience, I rolled our vehicle over. Not that bad, thankfully. Someone came by, pulled us over, away we went.
Really?
Yeah, we just blew all the oil out that had spilled, in through the exhaust and just ran it, smoke, boom, bye. Wow. Away we went.
They call those trophy trucks?
Now the trophy trucks, you hear them before you ever see them. And those dudes are going 150 miles an hour, I don't know how fast they get, but they're all like 10,000 RPM, small blocks and shit, just freaking flying. And you will hear them you can hear their engine, and then as they start coming up behind you, they start hitting these sirens and stuff to tell you to get the hell out of the way. And if you don't, they will come up, run up right behind you, and then bump you right out of the way. Just shove you right off the road and keep going. But you watch them hit these whoop-de-whoops, and the suspension's just going where we're doing this kind of thing, right? We gotta go over them, let up, get on as we're going, and the trophy trucks run like right over the
Stand by.
There was nothing there. And
is that a trophy truck?
Yes.
Wow, look at
BJ Baldwin, another dude who loves shooting like we do, but is an
I met
insane
BJ. I met him
trophy
at
truck racer.
Yeah,
he's badass.
Those trucks look insane.
They are absolutely
nuts. Are stupid expensive,
and they're
too,
automatics too.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm looking for something.
A manual that you were
Ours
driving?
was a manual with a 4-speed Volkswagen, four in reverse.
4 in reverse?
4 in a reverse. That was
and
it.
a reverse.
Yeah.
I was like, why would you need 4 gears in reverse?
Yeah. Although our reverse died on us at some point. I don't know why. Yeah. It decided like.
Well, I'm sure the beating of just the pounding and like they can't last.
We got honky.
No, and funny enough, the most durable vehicle that I've been told are the ones that make it through the most are stock Bug. Volkswagen Bug.
Really?
Yes. So there's a limited
All
amount
right,
of
let's
things
see
you
what
can do to it,
station
but
you
they
said.
just
Akai.
Soldier on and get through it, but I hear it is just
You had something port?
brutal on the body.
Yeah, I mean, I could only imagine that those are tiny, light vehicles.
They make it.
Maybe that's it, right?
Yeah, it could be. I think that by being lighter, you're obviously going to have less impact amongst travel because it's going to have less kinetic energy.
Yeah.
It's got less weight bearing down on things and releasing and bearing down on it again. But to the life of me, maybe they're just really well made.
Bud does that every year.
Yes, he does.
He's so
and he
fucking
Super Cruise
won the class that we were in that year. Him and Kyle. What's Kyle's last name? He used to run Detroit Speed. An absolute
no hands, Mom.
Gem of a man. You know when you meet that person, you're like, wow, you are probably like the most pious person in the whole world. That's Kyle.
Really?
Yeah, he's just such a nice dude. Just so cool. And I met him through Bud, again, doing Optima Ultimate Streetcar Invitational when I competed over there at SEMA. So.
Yeah, Bud is this a successful television producer with a beautiful wife and family, and risks his fucking life every year for a goof.
Yeah.
I'm like, why are you doing that?
He is just driven to go out there and just compete. The guy is just such a competitor at everything, and he's such a
I get to
seriously
work on my
intense
shit
person when it comes to competing. And he still trains jiu-jitsu and everything. And
he does that with his whole life.
And
strange guy.
Well, he is, but in like
I got my docking computer on this one.
No, I love him to death.
He's an absolute fantastic dude.
I sold him his house.
You did?
Yeah, that was my old house.
Oh man,
yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he told. Well, I told him that he was looking for a house, and I said, hey, I'm moving out of this house. Do you want to buy it? Perfect. So we didn't have to go for anybody.
Well, you know, I had to have plenty of car stuff for everything you might need.
Back then, man, I was kind of broke. I didn't. Well, I wasn't broke, but I didn't have a lot of cars.
Request docking.
Docking request code sent.
Lincoln, Bravo, Romeo, uniform. Good to see you, Commander. Throttle down and commence with docking. Permission granted. Landlord designated pad number 09. You're approved for automated docking sequence.
Type 9 looking sexy inside. I wonder how long they gonna do, how long it's gonna ever take. I wonder if we're ever gonna be able to like get inside of our not just our fleet carrier, but like roll up on somebody. You ain't gotta just blow them up. You can hop aboard they ship and rob their ass. Oh, that'd be dope. Night vision.
Acknowledged, Captain.
Night vision off. Night vision.
That's affirmative.
Lights. Lights. Lights on.
Lights on.
You didn't have that sick, what, C2 Corvette?
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't.
I saw that one up at Home Dude's shop.
Yes.
In the valley. Steve Stroke.
Yeah.
Don't get him talking about Star Wars. He's a massive Star Wars fan. Like he'll be like, and then Jibber Jabber, I can't believe he was just left out of the canon. Like, okay.
Whoa,
I mean, he's like into
Repairs,
it.
fuel, weapons.
Bud wears only black.
Only black.
For people that, like, you go over his house and you open his closet.
Yeah,
like a crazy
hold on.
person. Like, where is your colors?
None.
No colors?
Yep.
It's just
Completed.
Nothing but black. Johnny Cash. Right. His cars are black too.
Yeah. He's got a beautiful 69 Mustang.
Yes, he does. That one has a 4.6 dual overhead cam motor in it too. I think.
It's a gorgeous car. He's got a lot of good cars. He was the producer of Rides, that show where I had my Barracuda done.
Ah, right.
He also produced Overhauling. And
I had my buddy on Overhauling. Bud, I wrote out to him and I go, hey, my buddy's got this.
Let's do this. Let me add you on social. How about that? That make it a whole lot. I'm saying. All right, I sent you an invite to my to my session so you can. I'm in the same. Yeah, I'm here. Alright, now while I'm sitting here, see if I can actually do any Flying Scotsman. Ulfric. Stormcloak. I need Celium too. All right, I'm gonna try it. Oh, sorry.
Shields offline. Shields are back up. Shields offline. Shields are back up. Whew, that's a relief.
Oh, thank you, Jesus. Now I have everything on. Well, welcome on in. Alright, let me see something. Let me check my shit. Oh, I got that cartographer right there. Reputation went up. Let me repair my shit all the way. Definitely check out the services real quick. I think the community goal is still the same. Yeah. I don't want nothing to do with that. That's boring. What y'all got on your board? Okay. Yeah, that put me in the cordial. Ooh, 30 seconds to this. Let's see. Three political prisoners. I'm good. It's a whole lot of saving folks' lives. Alright. And bloop. Go back into Starport Services. And see what they got for your boy. Because every 10 minutes it changes. And actually, bro, where you're at right now, this is a boom faction. For the love of why haven't you gotten up? Look at that. Look, watch this. You watched it happen here. Look at this. Cordial with them. Cordial with them now. Cordial with them now. The game just gives me free shit. Look, and I'm friendly on my Empire reputation already. Cause I think it goes down every so often. Yeah, I'm Admiral rank on my Federation. I could probably rank up the next time I get a chance to. I'm a Baron in Empire. I could probably rank up. Easy. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright, let's see. Kill people missions. Poll data carrier. Deliver 98 units of survival equipment. Oh yeah, all this is gonna get you shot at. Do they not have any 50 cred missions yet? You're gonna have to, gotta unlock them here. Fuck. That's usually brutal for like 4 or 5 hours of straight grinding, and then they'll start opening up. Cause this is already in boom or investment. 42. Eeh. 4. You know what? I'm about to go down to the planet. Or not to the planet. I'm about to go inside. Yay! Yeah, I was told by a bunch of people the fact that I have my stuff up so high for my rep was just... That's not what anybody did. People like kind of picked their their thing right off the bat. Clap. Or clap hands. Clap hands. Oh, round of applause. Round of applause.
So what are you after today?
Let me browse your stock. What you got? Okay, what you got in here? Nothing of use there. got 4 suits here and not 3.
Let's see what you got.
Yeah, I got a rank 2 Artemis already. I don't need another one. Unless this suit got something special on it.
Right suit for the job.
Nah, it's just unlocked.
Is that everything? I've got all the essentials. Anyone without at least a couple of those is asking for trouble. Always pays to keep a few of these on hand. You're gonna give someone a really bad day with that thing if they aren't taking down someone's shield can really even the up. Those can make all the difference. Sure you got everything? Watch your back out there.
Ready to go. Don't me. What you want? You want some? Smack the rest of your hair off your head.
You after a job? I'll say up front, it could be trouble.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, that's for exobiology.
Welcome to Inter-Astra. Take your time. No matter what business you're in, we'll take all the time you need.
Whew.
No need to rush.
I couldn't do it type 7. That would be too painful. Oh. Yeah, it looks like out here you're gonna have to do combat. Oh my god, I need to get something to fucking eat, dude. Oh, it's in privacy mode. Nice. I didn't know that's what it did.
If you're looking for work, I'm looking for a hired gun. I want this situation dealt with promptly, you understand? The job's still open if you...
She look like old girl from Hey, get you a type. You gotta have a type 9 in your a type 9 or a type 10 in your arsenal, because the type, if you have a type 9, all that type 9 for is to do like transport and stuff and delivering it. That's the quickest way to get you some money up.
All right, catch you later.
Now, if you're worried about getting reps so you can get the higher money missions, I would do some combat stuff. Just depends on what you into. I don't really know your playstyle, so just guessing.
What can I get for you?
This doesn't sit quite right with me, but I know we're justified in doing it. Not for you, huh? No hard feelings.
That's something you need to offload. You name it, I've...
Looking to make a trade. Circuits.
Suit yourself. Makes no odds to me.
Oh, if you need an Artemis rank 2 suit, there's one for sale in the Pioneer Supplies.
Skies above. I can't believe. Are you sure? I can't.
No, I don't want it.
How would you like to earn some credits? You might have. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad it's you doing this, and not for you, huh?
Bet you would. Why is there so many goddamn criminal elements over here?
Transport. If this job goes sideways, it's gonna be real bad. Be careful.
Oh, that's one of those go get shot in the face sort of deals. Oh, there he is. Ulfolik. Stormcloak.
Sorry, I've got no postings available at the. To the Victor Go the spoils.
Nope, I guess I don't have any bonds left.
One of the factions will pick a fight soon enough. I feel like we interested in a job. I'm just looking for the right person.
All right, I have to fix me something. Oh, hello. Jesus pops in it, flies by me. Get my behind over here real quick. I'm still here, everybody. I just need to go perform the feat of getting food. I'm hungry as shit. Let me get in the kitchen and get something to eat. I gotta eat something. And while we wait, and while we on Be Right Back, I'm gonna play a little bit of Joe Rogan. All right.
67 Firebird, and he's a comic artist, Dan Panosian, amazing dude, great guy, and he would love to get this thing really. I mean, it drives and everything. But
Mystic, I'm down the shuttle bed. I just need to get food, bro. Bad. Like I gotta get my kitchen grabbed and fix something to eat. Like I haven't ate all day. I'm starving. I can kill a horse.
For people who don't know the show, they pretend to steal your car.
Mm-hmm.
So someone will steal your car. So like say if Josh had a Charger, they would steal his Charger, and then they would do it all up, and then bring you somewhere under false pretenses, and then unveil your new car.
Well, in this case, they didn't do any of the stealing, no thievery. But the deception was, oh, hey, Dan, the UFC, the magazine, is going to do this photo shoot on me, and they would love it if I could bring like a muscle car or something. So could we use your Firebird? Yeah, that's awesome. They're like, yeah, they'll give you like $500 for the time and all these. Those sounds great, amazing. And so I'm standing there with it's me and Ariani, and at this moment, Bud or whoever is directing the photo shoot, he just goes, all right, and action. And Ariani throws like a whole bucket of red paint all over the car, and then I swing a sledgehammer through the front windshield.
What? In front of the dude?
In front of the dude.
Oh my God.
And obviously the idea was, oh, we're gonna get this great TV moment where this guy just like melts.
Right.
In one way or the other. And instead, he just kind of goes, He kind of laughs, and so we bring him over, and Bud's saying like, well, no, I mean, you got paid. I mean, the contract's not going to take care of this or whatever. But the whole time, we're trying to get this rise out of him, and he doesn't really budge. And okay, then we let him on that, it's overhauling and all this.
Did you tell him before they fixed the car?
Oh, yes.
And did he have to fake it when you unveiled it?
No. He knew, but he didn't get to see anything we were doing. So he knew we took his car. He knew a bunch of stuff was going to be done, but he had no idea. It was just like, your car is gone. It's got a sledgehammer through the windshield and a bunch of red paint on it. And bye, you'll see it when we're done. And we're not telling you shit. But at the time, so Bud's just like, dude, why are you so cool about this? And essentially, Dan just is like, well, I really trust Josh, so I knew he would. There's no way he would let my car just be fucked. And I'm like, God damn it! we needed it to be. Yeah.
Look at him. He's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Wow, what a beautiful car.
And I worked on this a little bit with him. I did some of the deconstruction. I helped Lucky with a little bit of the electrical. I worked with Andreas a little bit on some of the other touches, and me and Chip sat down to do just the rough outlining and designing about what kind of a car in terms of purpose we wanted to build out of it. Yeah.
And this dude had no idea.
No clue. And,
wow.
We're in there just working away, getting it done, and Lingenfelter supplied this sick LS3 that makes like 600 horsepower. Detroit Speed did a whole deal for the front and back suspension. Center Force is helping us with the clutch, and the car turned out to be incredible. It's like one of the, I think, until his son was born, and maybe even a little while after, his wallpaper on his phone was his fucking car. So that's how much he loves it.
Does he still drive it?
Oh yeah, and I make him take it out when I can too, or we'll do stuff like there's this quarantine cruise thing that's still going on down in that got started during the quarantine, but it's still going on. This cruising around Pacific Coast Highway and all that kind of stuff. And so I brought my GT500 out, and I made him come out with his car Mitra. And you see, here's the thing: if you ain't driving the cars, what's the fucking point?
Oh yeah, no, I firmly believe that. I don't understand people who have cars and it's just like gonna be in a garage forever.
Oh no, there's no point.
A lot of people do that.
I know, and I understand if you want to build something museum quality, but then I'm like, well, then just put it in a museum. What's the fucking point?
Yeah.
But in terms of what's the fucking point at SEMA this year, there's always some trend that is trash, in my opinion, that always seems like maybe it got started in an interesting way, and then it just like runs the gamut of just like every copycat version of it. It's just like, oh God, we don't need any more of this. This year, or last year, I guess, it was turning your classic car electric. And I'm like, fuck.
I have a problem with that.
I have a massive problem with that. I'm just like, why would you take the soul and spirit out of a machine and replace it, make it even more material, more mechanical, and less engaging?
Yeah.
And then it's so bad now that even with EVs for all kinds of aspects, there's people selling you, I don't know how they put it together, but it's a thing that makes car noises for you.
No. No.
But
like
that's how far.
Vroom.
Yes, this is.
Does it pretend to shift gears? Because there's no gears. I think a Porsche Taycan has 2 gears for whatever reason, but a Tesla has 0. It's like 1 gear. So what do they do? Does it just rumble when you hit the gas?
I guess.
No shifting.
Dude, I have no idea.
What do they do with their fake noises?
I guess they just add that to the rest of other fake shit that they're doing in their life and the way that they're doing things, and hunky dory.
BMW started doing that back in the day with their turbocharged engines. They started putting pumping in fake exhaust note through your stereo. Yeah, and it was an option, I believe. I believe you could shut it off. But I had a couple of M3s back in the day. I had the older ones though, with the V8.
Oh,
and
yes.
it was really nice. It was like a high revving
great
V8
car
engine. Oh, it was great.
Great car.
Yeah, it was so good. I got 2 of them in a row. My lease went up, and I got another one because I loved it. It was just a real high It wasn't the fastest or the most handling, but it was very engaging.
It's a car that has a driving experience to it. It's quick. It's fast revving. but it's also easy to drive everywhere you want to go.
It was a great commuter car.
Yeah.
I loved it. I loved taking it to the Comedy Store. It's just a great shifting paddles, which I generally don't like, but when you're in LA traffic, that's one of the things I always admired about you. In LA traffic, you still drove a stick shift.
Yeah. No, I actually sold my SRT8 Challenger and replaced it with a diesel GLK Mercedes SUV, and I was so proud when I put a trailer hitch on it. I'm like, I've turned a fucking new leaf. When I'm like, hey, look, it's a diesel and I've got a trailer hitch.
Yeah, that's a new leaf.
But at the same time, I'm still like with Victor Henry, who you just saw in UFC. We're building. He bought a 70 Cutlass S off of me, and we're building this thing up. Phytech is giving us fuel injection to do on the whole car. I've had a 455 with aluminum heads, roller cam that I had sitting around, put in it, tunnel ram. It'll be like 10.2 to 1 compression. It's going to be,
He
fun
talked
as shit.
about that. We actually talked about that during the fight itself.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, was fantastic, and I really wanted to talk about that because Victor Henry was super impressive. It's so rare that you see a guy enter the UFC, kind of unheralded, but like with a good reputation, but not a lot of hype behind him, but perform that way against a guy like Raoni Barcelos,
yes,
who's a top of the line fighter.
Yes.
I mean, he is so good. Raoni is so technical and so high level, and Victor just put on a fucking clinic. He put on a clinic. It was amazing. He's so good.
And it's like Victor said to the press afterwards, where, they usually ask a bunch of like just rote questions. Like, well, what did you think about being underestimated or whatever? And he goes, look, you guys are UFC people. You know about UFC, you know about people in UFC, and you don't really know anything else.
Right.
And so what you don't know about, I'm not surprised that you're not acquainted. Like that you wouldn't really understand how to put this on some sort of metric.
Right. That is a very good point, because I think at this point in time, that's silly. It used to be you would look at the UFC and that was like the NFL. Those were the elite football players. The UFC was the elite fighters. But there are guys in other organizations now that are top of the line. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them that are fighting for ONE FC. There's a bunch of them that are fighting for these other organizations. Kayla Harrison, who's over in the PFL. There's top of the line fighters.
There are killers all over the world. And that was, one of the things that I like to do with my athletes is I want them to see the world. I want them to fight all over the place. And so I was taking Victor to Russia, and he's over there beating guys. He was undefeated in Ryzen. He was the champion for Deep. He had fought for the title in Pancrase before early in his career. And so he'd gotten to see all this different stuff and fight in all these different places, different rule sets. And so when it came time for the UFC, and during the pandemic, it's just, okay, can't get to Japan. No one's getting visas. Fighting in the States is really limited, but the amazing George and Steve Bash, they helped Victor out, got him a title shot against Albert Morales in LXF, and so we were able to keep him busy. And it's like, hey guys, and I'd been talking to the UFC, but I'd get the response like, well, Dana White's Contender Series. I'm like, no. This kid's 20-5, 21-5. He's got 2 world titles. Like, I'm not doing it. I'm not putting him in the Contender Series for a maybe. This kid's legit. And eventually, this opportunity with Raoni came up, and we just said, yeah, we're good to go.
That's a good example, because most people are not going to take that fight with Barcelos on such a short notice, because he requires a lot he requires
This is true.
Crazy endurance, super skillful. But goddamn, I was impressed with Victor. I was impressed with how composed he was and how technical. He never wound up once.
Yeah.
Everything is coming from the chamber. There's no telegraph. He's constantly moving. He's constantly feinting. Lots of head movement. Fuck, he was impressive.
It was us putting our game plan fully into implementation, because Raoni is such a tough guy, very physical athlete, great wrestling background as well, and a diehard heavy striker. So our thing is, well, all right, we're not going to wrestle with him. Like, there's no point. I don't feel that Victor couldn't submit him potentially, but why put it in places where we feel like not be giving something up or putting it in a place that he wants to be. But we also know he loves fighting on the feet more than anything else, for the most part. And he really believes in his striking skills. So you could get into a big fight with him about that, but now you're kind of putting yourself in a position to kill or be killed, and why? So the idea was keep tearing apart at his body, keep him fighting on the back foot, don't let him fight moving forward, and use constant fakes, feints, keep tagging the body over and over and over again, getting our chip shots in, hitting first and always hitting last, and watching out for his right uppercut, his right hand, and how he loves to pull with his head movement and then throw a punch behind it. And so not getting too extended, letting that guy get his work off at times, but pulling with a half step, getting right out of range so that we're not behind or running into any of that stuff, and continue to chip away at that body and take away his endurance and bank on our cardio and scoring and scoring and scoring. And if the opportunity presents itself, we had a few things up our sleeves for potential fight enders, but also we knew that if you keep pulling a guy apart, eventually they're going to start, if they feel like they're losing in any way, they're going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And the bigger they get, the more openings they're going to leave behind. Right. And there was a couple times it seemed like, Vic had him rocked. Maybe he could have taken him out, but, Howney's so tough. So we're not going to just blindly run into anything. And so Vic just kept pouring it on. And, in time, we just were able to pull Howney's tactics apart and leave him exposed to our opportunities. But the guy never stopped fighting the whole fight. Even in the third round, whenever he got a chance to get off, he was trying to take Vic's head off, which is why he's so dangerous.
It was very impressive in that he had that kind of endurance, given that it was such a short notice. Did he have a fight lined up anywhere else, or was he just always in the gym?
But as soon as that fight in LXF was over with, I just said, hey, stay in the gym.
So
you're not gonna crank
I just
it up
realized something when I went to the kitchen.
Full peaking.
I had no fucking.
But you need to
nothing
stay
to
in the gym and stay at a certain level of conditioning
at all,
because I'm gonna try and find something for you. I'm
So-
going to be out there advocating to try and get you another fight. And if it ain't in the UFC, then maybe it's gonna be again for George and Bash in LX.
Like, I went in the kitchen and realized, holy shit, I ain't got nothing to eat. But I stayed legit a block from McDonald's, the gas station, a grocery store. Like, I'm super close. Everything's real nice. So however long that took was how long it took for me to grab French fries and a couple McDoubles. I'm gonna kill my camera because y'all need to see me chewing on food. But I am definitely hungry as shit. Oh, there's a guy. Viper, how can I be assistance? I don't know. How can you be of assistance? Oh my God. French fries. French fries. French fries. No. French fries. I tell you like this. I went in my kitchen and panicked. Straight up. I was like, oh no. Aisling Duvall. I tell you this much. That's an amazing name. Matter of fact, let's look at this superpower while we at it. Aisling Duvall. Look at that girl. Ooh. It's like she's like Like Ariana Grande face ass. Here, puppy. Look. You want some french fries? Because you over here begging. And I know you love french fries. Here. Here you go. Enjoy. Take that mission board, see what we got up here. Mike got some free ones.
Except, I mean, we're going to keep you busy. We're going to make it so nobody can deny you at some point.
And he's in this place where, is he 34, 35?
30, I think he's 34, going to be 35.
So at that age, especially in the lighter weight classes, as we were saying before, that he's in a position where you got to kind of get going now.
Exactly. And I knew that he had a lot left in him, and potentially he was actually coming into his best era of himself right now. And so I didn't want to let that go to waste.
Well, it certainly looked like in the fight. I mean, there's no way you could fight like that against a guy like that.
At the end of the day, Sean Shelby sees us in the back, and he just had such a shit-eating grin. He's like, fuck yeah.
Yeah,
that is
so
exactly what we want.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, Mystic, just to give you a heads up, my guy. I see 50 mil cred missions starting to pop up for me. And yeah, that's one. Requires cargo space for that one. So the guys here will offer 50 mil credit missions. But to get the ones open, the ones you want is the one where they need like gold, Brahma, not Brahmalite, but the hell is it? Bromariums, not the, as long as you don't got to go mine it, you're good. How much is that? Ouch. Yeah, but completing this right here looks like I would lose like 50 mil, but they'll probably give me access to those missions. So the most fundamental thing you want to remember when you're looking for, that I found in my experience, what you want to find is stations that are in boom or investment. Usually investment is the one where I can generate the 50 mil credit missions like right off the bat. Just by, like, you seen exiting out, going back in a couple different times. I mean, spend like 20-30 minutes at a station. Unload what is it? Unlocking those higher cred missions. Well, whatever you do, it needs to be built around whatever you're doing. So, are you transporting? Are you mining? You know, Type 9 is not for combat at all. It is specifically doing space trucking. My type 9 for mining. Let's see what I got. Actually, it's probably better if I just go and look at my actual what I have in here. Oh, wrong one. There you go, outfitting. I got 2 level 2 mining lasers. Seismic charge, abrasion blaster, subsurface displacement. That's my hard points. And then I got 2 256 class 8 cargo racks. A rank 7 collector limpets. Uh, 4A refinery. Fuel scoop because you don't want to get stuck somewhere. Collector limpets. Rank 3. And then I got the Super Cruiser Assist, standard docking, prospect. You need Prospector Olympics. So, prospecting limpet, I just got a regular cheap ass class 1 because what does it give me 2? No, it gives me 1 active limpet at a time. And you don't need more than 1 active limpet anyways. It's not like, I don't think you can do it any other way anyhow. But if you could, honestly, you only need it for the asteroid that you're mining on at that time. And my type 9, I don't have a SRV bay. So planetary mining is kind of out of the question for me. Oh, excuse me. So to me, mining is like I compare it to like fishing in real life. It's just you out there. But for mining, if you notice that I do have my fighter bay, because the last thing you want is while you're out there, something roll up on you, start busting. I at least got my fighter that's out there. Like if people roll up to me, get to talking, I don't know, something about the game won't. It's rare that somebody will spawn up while I have my fighter out there. If not that, pick an area where it's you're like allied in that area. So if the allied forces are swinging through and around the asteroids where people are mining at, they like automatically like just come after dudes. As soon as they start shooting at him because he started shooting at you or she or whatever is in that ship, you can just turn and start blasting on them without any regard for your life, because you're not going to get attacked because they were the aggressor. I do have quite a few choice mining locations. Depending on what you're trying to mine. Oh, what am I doing? Hold on. Let's see. What am I doing? I think it's team. Ulfric, I sent you a invite. Oh, I sent you an invite to the to my wing. Because I think I'm going to have to fly to my the area where I have it at to complete stuff. So hold on. Galaxy map.
Accessing cartography.
Let me check this one out. I'm trying to see where there's some choice mining at. Yeah, that ain't too far. Oh, welcome back. Yeah, choice mining, my guy. Find a good choice mining spot. I'm just trying to see some. I mean, theoretically, I can mine any. I just need, me personally, I need stuff just so I can, just so I can upgrade. There might be something out here. Oh, that's not even that far away. All right, I'm gonna pull on out. I sent you a invite to the party, to my party, or to my team here. I'll send you another one.
Detachment confirmed. Your way is cleared for departure.
Would you like me to clear the area and prepare for jump?
Yes.
Afterwards. Max entrance. Distance. FTL charge domain.
Jesus. God damn it.
Super Cruise.
Give me a second. I'll review them in a second. All right. So hard points that you're gonna need. You need abrasion blaster, seismic charge, a displacement missile. You need 2 mining lasers. So I have 2 level 2 mining lasers. Level 2 seismic charge, level 1 abrasion blaster, level 1 displacement missile. Wait a minute, if you're watching my stream, hold on. I could have sworn there's like a thing on the side. Like, hold on. Okay, if you're watching my stream, like right here below us, there's like a box that looks like Elite Dangerous. Click it. It should show you what I have on my ship that I'm currently in. I think. And yo, I forgot about it until I was like, wait a minute, don't I got an easier way to do this shit? There you go. Yo, that little thing, that little ditty that you can use to see where I'm at, or not where I'm at, but the stuff on my. Okay. You need 2 level 2 mining lasers. You need an abrasion blaster. You need a level 1 abrasion blaster, seismic charge, level 2, displacement missile, level 1, and 2 mining lasers. Lasers. Also, you need at least 1 set of collector limpets and prospecting limpets. The very last and most important thing that you're gonna need for this whole setup is you're gonna need a pulse wave. After that, everything else is optional. Like, those are the things. Oh, and don't forget, you need at least a level 4A mining thing. What the hell is it called? Refinery. Level 4 refinery on your ship. And then you're good to go. I got a bunch of shit in my hopper. Got my night vision on, lights on. Wait a minute. Do I not? Am I missing something? Damn. Do I not have that on my ship anymore? Oh, don't tell me I took that off. There's something else, I forget what it is, so you can survey it easier, but I'm gonna stop at this dirt ring first. That should be out far enough where I can pull out my little dude. Whenever it decides it's gonna let me drop out, that mess is annoying. It does that from time to time in this game. You go to drop out and it goes, not happening.
Copy. Deploying the fighter now. Fighter is clear of the mothership.
So this is what happens when you use the Prospector limpet. Samarium. Fuel scoop down. Cargo scoop down.
The cargo scoop, readying.
Retracting all weapons.
Weapons.
Deploying and readying weapons.
And the reason why I use the double lasers is because you get more materials quicker. plus it also lets you know what the depleted. And I don't need bauxite, but I will take that samarium and any materials that come out. That way this can go a little bit quicker. The reason why I have, I have 6 collector limpets out is so this goes, so there's do. Also, I clean my list, so there's stuff I'm not collecting. Fighter defend. Fighter defense. Fighter defend ship. Hold on, let me put this mug on defense. Alright, that mug's on defense, that's cool. Cargo scoop up, weapons.
The cargo scoop is retracted.
Retracting armaments.
Weapons.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
Yep, there we go. Mining materials. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I just don't even mind, because unless it's for like a mission, it's useless to me. Oops. I hate when I mess that up. They fighting over there. I accidentally hit boost. I gotta stop doing that. Weapons.
Deploying and readying weapons.
Homeboy, like, you scratched my paint. Cargo scoop.
That's
Cargo
already done.
scoop down.
Deploying the cargo scoop.
I know he ain't talking to me. Attack target.
Engage the target.
Affirmative. Maneuvering to attack position.
Hope he enjoys getting shot up. Attack target.
Eliminating the threat.
Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
Take them out one at a time.
Attack target.
Engage the target.
Roger that, Commander. Moving to engage.
Shields offline.
Dump all. Dump all cargo. Dump cargo. Oh god, this is annoying.
No more contact. Deactivating hardpoint.
Do I need the yeah, you need the subsurface. There's really only one you really don't need all the time because it's gonna just waste. It'll kill the time it takes for you to get stuff done. Still kind of look like, why they keep trying to attack me while I got a fighter out? That's something different. Let's see, what do I have in my shit? Let's see. I don't want those shits. Hold on. I don't need neither one of those. I bet. If you have the, I would suggest having, like you just seen, having at least a fighter bay. So that way, you know what I'm saying? You get some coverage, so you ain't just getting mollywopped whenever somebody got a chance. Cargo scoop up.
The cargo scoop has been retracted.
That was cool. I swear rocks have killed more. I think asteroids have killed more. Oops. Cargo scoop down.
The cargo scoop has been deployed.
Cargo scoop up.
Retracting cargo scoop.
Cargo scoop down.
Deploying cargo scoop.
Prospector limpet. Prospector limpet. Prospecting limpet. Fire prospecting limpet. Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
Copy that, Commander. Engaging enemy now.
I know if you come to where I'm at with some fighting ability, you could just be out here wrecking dudes that are attacking folks. Shit, if you had a bunch of Collect Olympics, bro, you could literally be picking up all the shit I'm not picking up, because there's a bunch of this shit I'm just not picking up. Attack target.
Eliminating the threat.
Your attack target.
Nice shooting.
Free money. You can have that garbage. I'm not even mining for none of that. I'm mining for materials. Attack target.
Engage the target.
Roger that, Commander. Moving to engage. Enemy wiped out. Awaiting further orders.
Wait a minute, hold on. All right, get up out of here. Oh, fuck it. Yeah, they're still from you. Up at the top. So it says you're in a private group session. I usually just press 2 up at the top, skip over to it. It happens. Really? What? I haven't logged out or anything.
Affirmative.
Hold on. It's so now because I've sent you 2 invites while I haven't even switched. So whatever is happening, you gotta close your game and go back in because it's completely aired out. Cause look, it's saying you in a different. But it could be the fact that I'm actually. You might have to come to where I'm at. Nothing. Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
Hear you loud and clear. I'm moving in.
Attack target.
Eliminating the threat.
Did I just... Attack target.
Eliminating the threat.
I think I'm a bag of... Ooh. Did you get a fighter bay? Because as you see, it's kind of fucking necessary. I'm in Odyssey. I am up to date with current expansions. Why, are you only on Horizons? Attack target.
Weapons free. Engage the target.
No way, Commander.
Tracking weapons.
Attack target.
Engage the target.
Sorry, Commander. No can do.
Cargo scoop down.
That's already done.
Yep, depleted. There you go. Says nope, relaunching. Oh, got you. If it doesn't change for you in a second, I'm gonna relaunch my game. It says you're at main menu now. There you go. Yeah, if you got the Type 9, bro, and you right next to me with your Collect Olympics, you can pick up all this that I'm not picking up nothing. I'm just mining to get materials so I can do upgrades. So you can more than take what I'm leaving behind, because I got plenty for that ass. I didn't even think about it when I first launched off. I apologize about that. Sorry. Is it how I make a living? Hold on. Hold on. I'm about to let me knock this one out and I'm gonna relaunch. Yeah, that the game lying. I haven't switched my mode. Look at it. I bet you when I turn to this dude and look at him, he's the enemy. Attack target.
Eliminating the threat.
No way, Commander.
What? Attack target?
Weapons free. Engage the target.
No, I can't.
Alright, let me relog up. Alright. right, let me reload up. I'm gonna go to desktop and bring it back. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna put back on some Joe Rogan in the podcast. I got about half an hour before I have to go to bed, cause I got sleep. I gotta sleep cause I gotta sleep cause I gotta open my store tomorrow. Hey.
You know, he's the real deal. And
I'm a beast. Why you talking
fights
shit?
every single
Sit
time.
back.
This
Watch
kid
me flex.
doesn't know what it's like to not have heart or will. It just doesn't exist. He's skilled and mean.
The whole words that I can say on this.
And I was really
Twitch
actually
got the TOS
massively
quick
surprised
to take your swing.
in a pleasant way
quick to take
about
your stream
what
and
the
talk
UFC was
to
doing
it.
for him.
Look,
in prep for this
you can't
fight.
say words, but girls can sit over here and full deep throat their microphone with their tits out.
All right, I love this. You know, looking after this kid in this way, where you're not going to get that any other place, and not to diminish places like Ryzen or fighting in the places like RCC in Russia. I mean, we've been taken care of greatly everywhere we've gone, but that. Having the UFC go into their toolbox of things that they could put out there to benefit the fighters.
Yo, I gotta switch my camera angle.
Yeah, no, they've done a lot of amazing stuff in that.
If I don't switch my camera angle, I definitely want to take my.
Yes,
I got this really big ass monitor. That's
I was there with
curved.
Travis Brown when he was prior to his fight with Alexei Olenek. And then when we were there to originally fight at the Apex Center, you know, that was completely opened up to us, and that was a great opportunity. I've been in conversation with Forrest because I'm always interested to learn about why the PI itself does this versus that, right? Even I was talking to the people there about their Normatec system. Okay, well, what is your experiences with this? You know, how does this compare to, was it ECG or ECGC, which is another...
We should explain Normatec.
Molly Danger is locked up for
They're
a
these
second.
awesome boots that you put on. They're like pants.
They've got ones for your arms, too. And then... to me, it kind of reminded me of the ECGC, I think it's called, where there's a system around heart patients where they put cuffs around you and they hook you up to an EKG, and then with your heart rate and your pulse rate, it's supposed to move and squeeze in succession to create
How am I using
circulation or help with circulation. And so there's been studies that say there's a lot of benefits for this for people that have had heart issues or circulation-related stuff and whatever. And so I started talking to the gal there about how does this compare. And so getting little bits of information like that,
60% of my CPU right now?
What the systems are and what their intention is, what problems are they trying to solve. That's great for me as a trainer because then I can take that information back and then figure out how to use it with my athletes, find other complementary things to go with it,
like
anything
50,
you can do to try and give
40,
that
50.
athlete that, not just that extra edge now, but something
Either
that
way,
can keep
skip my
them
computer,
in the
it's acting
battle
stupid.
even further along in their career, which is, you know, even though I'm a heavyweight and we can get away with having longer careers to a degree, I feel that the way I was trained from the beginning has a lot to do with me being able to stay in this game as long as I have.
Well, particularly conditioning, right? I mean,
conditioning, yeah.
Like,
And
tell everybody like your background with catch wrestling. You were very fortunate to be able to train with some real legends.
yes, so my initial training, I was a wrestler, and I saw UFC 2 on a tape sophomore year of high school. And I just looked at it and went, I don't know how the fuck you get into this, but I'm gonna find a way somehow, and I'm gonna do this. It was just like that. There's no questioning, there was no hemming and hawing, no ifs and ands. I'll do it. Back in 1994, 5, 6, I mean, it's all just like do it as you can.
Yeah.
Right? Put it all together in any way that's possible.
I saw your first fight, one of your first fights on a VHS tape. So you give it to me. Babyface Assassin.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, it was back in the day, man. It was a long time ago.
And through then, I trained with Jim Harrison, rest in peace, one of the old school blood and guts, bare knuckle karate guys. You know, the kind of guy where even Chuck Norris and all them are like, that's a dude you don't fuck with. I mean, it was being at his celebration of life last year because he died during COVID and we couldn't, you couldn't really put together like a proper goodbye. And it was like me and Superfoot and Troy Dorsey and, a legends, a bunch of different legends. But then listening to like guys that weren't martial artists even talking about, but people from law enforcement when he did this special, he was a part of this special criminal unit in East St. Louis.
Oh boy.
And hearing the stories about, direct from these guys' mouth, about being there with him. Or people in the military, it's like, yeah, well, when Jim Harrison, was paid to do some work in military action and go over and different things and talking about him in that regard. And it's like, this guy is something that doesn't exist anymore. This is like Ernst Jünger type stuff. And even I, who trained under him and knew him very well, just was sitting there. I still had to sit back like, wow, what an individual.
Those guys in the early days of karate too. I mean, that was a wild time.
Very wild.
When, in like the '60s and the '70s, when karate was being introduced.
It's a lot like MMA, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're building it as they go.
Yep.
Building it as they go. And when I tell people, nowadays that at one point we'd agree on rules as we got there, or. This place would allow headbutts and bare knuckles and whatever. And people are like, what the hell? I go, we were just fighting. We were trying to test it all out. And the idea even of gloves was foreign to us because they didn't really exist, right? We had to, if you wanted MMA gloves, at one point, you basically had to buy Harbinger wrist wrap bag gloves that were fingerless, and then you would have to trim pieces off and build them. That's what was available to you. And then there was the Boxogenics glove came out. That was in the UFC. And then after that, different people started making gloves. And then gloves kind of became a standard. But at one point, it was like, yeah, they exist, but you ain't got to wear them.
Well, wasn't the first MMA glove really those things that Bruce Lee was wearing?
The Jeet Kune Do ones? Yes.
That Enter the Dragon?
Enter the Dragon, where he does a whole scene with Sammo Hung.
Yeah.
And takes him down on arm bars.
Gets him an arm bar,
yeah.
So, that was during the days when he was working with Gene LaBelle.
Well, even prior to that, the guy who really got me into martial arts to begin with was Fred Sato, who was one of the founders of the Seattle Judo Dojo and one of the original four. That is Bruce Lee, Fred Sato, Taki Kimura, and Jesse Glover. That's the original four. And I remember looking through little old books, picture books and stuff of Fred Sato and Jesse and all them with Bruce, and they're just in someone's backyard. I don't even remember whose backyard it was, when Bruce Lee is a little skinny kid going to Garfield High School in Seattle.
Yeah.
So FYI, people, if you watch Dragon the Bruce Lee story, mostly bullshit, revisionist history, like a lot of things these days. No, he didn't go to UCLA, to my understanding. No, he didn't meet Linda Lee in California. They're all from Washington.
They made all
that up?
It's all made up.
Why would they do that?
Because it's cooler to be from California than it is to be from Seattle, I guess.
But it's not. It's a historical figure.
Yeah, Leon is not, there was no Leon, it was Jesse Glover.
So Leon's a fake guy?
Fake guy is supposed to be Jesse Glover, so to speak.
Why wouldn't they just have Jesse Glover? I just don't understand why they do that. It's like in the Mark Schultz film when they had him fight a Russian guy at the end, when everybody knows he fought Big Daddy Goodrich. That's a part of history.
I know, you can go look it up. It's the same with all the stuff about Bruce. You could even, Taki Kimura put out a book. Memories of the Dragon, whatever. It's got all the old pictures in it.
Yeah.
Jesse Glover's passed away. Taki's passed away. Fred, my sensei, passed away. But I remember watching that movie and sitting there just fuming about like, why the fuck are they lying? I mean, what's the point? I mean, the guy's story is cool enough. And yes, at some point he ends up in LA and everything, and the contributions to the idea of approaching martial arts from his perspective absolutely live on in all kinds of aspects, in all kinds of ways, through all kinds of people. But I trained with Guru Dan before. I've been around all of these folks, and it's just like, his story is cool enough.
Yeah, but that's something that Hollywood producers love to do. They love to think they're smarter than the original story. Instead of just taking the original story and putting it together and entertaining.
Cargo scoop down.
The cargo scoop deployed.
Way. In their eyes, you have to add some nonsense to it. Otherwise, they don't feel like they got their fingerprints all over it.
Yeah, I could see that. Like, a lot could be from just simply ego. Like, I want to tell the story the way I want to tell it. It doesn't matter what reality was.
They do that all the time.
Of course they do. But then what do they even make these days? Anything that is original, good luck finding that. It's as if, it's just like, what?
Well, I'm sure they're making original movies.
Well,
I'm sure. But
I would say
the point
that
is, it's like, why would you change the life story of a historical figure who's one of the most important figures in the history of martial arts?
Right. I don't know. There has to be some sort of reason, and it could be arbitrary on one end, and it could be deliberate on another. At the end of the day, for me, it's just like a lot of things. Go to the source.
Yeah.
It may not be the most popular, widespread one, but it's out there.
It's just so annoying. So, how did you get into catch?
I got into catch basically through Matt Hume, who had trained over in Japan with Funaki and Suzuki, and then got to train with Sayama, and so he's training under these guys that all come from this Carl Gotch catch lineage, who also are from Antonio Inoki. So back in the 70s, Inoki, he split off from Japan Wrestling Association or something like that. So him and Giant Baba, they make a split. They both are trained under Ricky Dozan. And Baba goes, he makes All Japan Pro Wrestling. And Inoki goes, he makes New Japan Pro Wrestling. And Inoki's approach is, we're going to make this the world's strongest martial art. That's our goal. This is when we present professional wrestling, it's going to be something called strong style, and it's going to be the king of sports. It's going to stand at the zenith of all things, and it's going to be incorporated with martial arts and fight skills and all these aspects of reality combat. And he brings in Carl Gotch to come and run this gym. And so all these guys are all getting trained by Carl Gotch, who is a catch wrestler from originally from Hungary. And he goes and trains. He was an Olympian in Greco-Roman, and he trained in professional wrestling when it was also a much more reality-based product. But then he goes to the Snake Pit in Wigan, England, and trains with Billy Riley, who is one of the godfathers of catch-as-catch-can wrestling, where the term itself comes from Wigan, England. Catch-as-catch-can, like get him any way you can. Where these tough as shit miners get out from the mines at the end of the day. They go and they have their pints and what have you, and then they go up on the hills and in the grass and they throw bets down and they just challenge each other and go after it. And this eventually starts to become what we know as professional wrestling.
I don't know what. By the way, Mystic, there's a site you can use to find some of the best mining locations. So there's that. No, where is it at? Trying to remember how to invite to my crew. It's been a while. Yeah, because if you're in my squadron or whatever, I have a crap ton of stuff. Usually I got it marked with, here it is. That was almost a year ago. Wait a minute, when was the last time Tor played? Last month? I'm gonna have to have Tor hand me the. I forgot he made it. I wonder if he can pass me the lead. Well, that's a fucking bummer. I play more than them at the goddamn. That's crazy. I just realized that I'm gonna have to make my own shit or have him pass it to me. Get it. Night vision. Night vision.
Okay, Captain.
You probably lost in mining heaven right now. You ain't typed in like a solid like 23 minutes. Yo, Mystic, you good over there? Did you fall asleep? Stop talking? Yeah, good. You over there minding your little heart out.
And at some point, professional wrestling is a 100% legitimate sport, but then it starts becoming work over time.
How did it become work? Did it become work because of carnivals? Like what?
Carnivals were a part of it because you could, like, let's say you got Tootsmont and, oh God, I'm trying to remember the rest of them. The Gold Dust Trio, they go around up and down the West Coast, and they go and they put these shows together. But one of the tricks that they would do is they could have someone who's a ringer, like a real nasty badass, who is either in the crowd to go wrestle someone that didn't know who this person was and go in and just murk them and take all their money. Or here's the other thing is they set it up where they have a guy in the ring doing all these matches, just smashing up all the locals. And then they say, well, who's willing to get in here next? And then they have a guy sitting in the audience who is their plant. He gets in the ring, he wins. And then everybody bets against him. The Gold Dust Trio bets on him and takes all the money, and away they go. And so this is also where the terminology of marks comes in, because the audience, everyone's a mark. It's a con.
So that was the beginning of theatrical pro wrestling.
That was the beginning of conning stuff and setting up potential predetermined. But then it also got to the point where really highly skilled, evenly matched guys could be out there for an hour and a half. And it's just like, people don't want to watch this. They want to watch more action-packed, action-oriented stuff. And so then you start working the matches and putting more flourishes and things in it. It becomes more popular, more interesting. Yeah. And then you start, the basic premise of professional wrestling still exists, and that is you have a face and a heel. So basically you have a good guy and a bad guy, and the good guy is trying to overcome the bad guy, and at some point he will go through all kinds of torment and suffering and what have you, and then come out on the other side victorious and overcome the problem. It's basically the hero's journey contained in a little four-sided ring. And oftentimes pro wrestling does a great job of mirroring the sentiments of the culture around it at large. And this actually would be a really great conversation to have with Eric Weinstein because he's such a huge pro wrestling fan.
Is he really?
He's massive, and he has this. He's got this great series. It hasn't been finished yet. He's got 2 parts where, it's got clips of him talking about kayfabe on here and work shoots and all this kind of stuff in terms of politics and culture, mostly politics, so the idea of it on a metaphysical level, he would enjoy that conversation, I think. And I got to connect with him. I was just talking to him the other day. He's like, "Are you in LA?" I'm like, "I'm actually heading to Austin to go hang out with folks and go do some stuff, but I'm coming back." But so pro wrestling starts getting worked at some point, but then it starts getting even more and more exorbitant and outrageous, and you start getting guys like Gorgeous George, and you start, people that are really playing to these big personalities and cutting promos, and then you get the territories that they start branching out, and each one would have sort of their own spin on things. But at one point, pro wrestling was the way it was like MMA is now, except it was mainly confined to straight matches of grappling with submissions. But, you'd have incidents like Ad Santel. He beats this world judo champion from the Kodokan, and he goes, "Well, I'm the world champion of judo now." And the Kodokan goes, "What the fuck? The hell you are? Get him." And so all these guys keep coming after Ad Santel. They eventually have this giant showdown in Yasukuni Jinja, the shrine in Japan. And he does, I don't remember, 3 matches over 5 days or something like that. And he knocks one guy out in a jacket match. So they made them both wear jackets.
Like
for this one.
kimonos?
Yes. And he slams a guy and TKOs him, wins that match. And he essentially, the catch guys beat the judo guys at that point. But then it doesn't end. It keeps going. The judo guys get some wins. There's draws. There's this. And eventually Ad just goes, "That's enough. Okay, I got it. I can't keep this up. I'm not the world judo champion anymore. I'm shutting the fuck up about this." Because they were not letting it go. And of course, regardless of Ad Santel being able to come out on top, these were no slouches. These were tough as shit dudes.
Yeah.
And in a more look at that dude. You can imagine that dude was probably strong as shit.
Jacked.
Yeah.
And this is pre-creatine.
Yeah. Oh yeah, very much so. This is all very much truly horse meat and bone marrow and all that good stuff.
And just hardcore working out.
Exactly.
One of the things about Carl Gotch in particular was like he was legendary for his requirements of fitness.
It's true. It is 100% true.
Did you get a chance to train personally?
I got to train a bit with Carl, although he didn't ask me to do all the requirements and all that. And I met him through a magazine interview where Gong Kaktogi brought me over to meet with him in Tampa. And I believe Jake Shannon helped set it up, in fact. Because Jake and
Cargo scoop up. Cargo scoop up.
The cargo scoop is retracted.
Recall fighter.
Wilco, Commander. Returning to Fighter Bay now.
Crew to Fighter Bay. Return to Fighter Bay. Opening hatch.
Weapons.
Docking completed. Hangar is secure, Commander.
Weapons.
Retracting all weapons.
System map.
System cartography.
Exit map.
Closing now.
Carl were really close. And then eventually Billy and Jake would become very close because I brought Billy to Jake because Billy left Japan and came back to America.
Exit map.
Leaving map.
area and prepare to jump. Clear area and jump. Jump. Engage FSD.
Interstellar travel mode engaging now.
Much love to you too, Tima. Super Cruise. Super Cruise assist. There you go. The best part of this is no hands, Mom. Look, no hands.
America was living in Arkansas with some of his family, and I said, "Hey, can we do something with Billy here? Like get him doing seminars, something. Let's keep him active. Let's put some money in his pocket. Let's do something." And Jake structured this whole thing and got Billy out to the rest of the world, and it was amazing. And it was so incredible that Jake was able to do this for Billy and bring Billy to everyone, and have some of this stuff taped, do these seminars, and expose again what was old is now new.
Oh, what was Carl's condition?
Fill it up, max it out, max it. You're gonna end up using up more Olympus than you are collecting. Like, see how I have 430 and I've already used what? Almost 100? But also filling it also plays in the part to what you're doing at that time. So like, let's say you're not trying to be out there for your full, like I have only 512 space. I'm not trying to be out there the full 512 half the time. I'll just put 256 in there.
Nearest threat selected.
Great flying, Captain.
Dude turned me all the way around. Did you pick up a mission? Did you pick up a mission that to do something? Cause some dude just tried to pull me out of Super Cruise. Be careful what missions you pick up while you have a Type 9. No, cause look. It says unidentified mission signal. Oh, that's the random ones you can find. Well, at least I know I can find, because I've unlocked so many missions. Like, have you received any missions via? All right, so like inbox. inbox.
Affirmative.
So, something like this. Nerve gas, that's what it was. They want me to pick that up. Shoot. Sorry, I have a bounty on me for dying in the mail slot. That happens.
Lincoln, Bravo, Romeo, uniform. It's good to have you with us.
Request docking.
Sending docking.
Approval granted. Land undesignated pad number 25. You're approved for automated docking system.
Friend settlement. Okay. I think just as well as there's auto docking, you should have auto undocking. Like,
routine that he required of students before they were able
That's
to
a
learn.
good question. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was something like 1,000 squats and 500 Hindu push-ups and something. It was a pretty rigorous thing. And if you couldn't complete it, he wasn't going to teach you. But I think a lot of that was, well, number one, he believed that conditioning is your greatest hold. That is a direct quote from Carl Gotch. But also, it showed how serious you were. A lot of people always say, oh, hey, Joe, I want to be a comedian too. And you're like, no, you don't. You're not really serious about it. You see my success, you see these things, you think, well, I could have that. It's like, you have no idea how much, it's the iceberg concept. You see this, but underneath it all was all this toiling and suffering and failing and all these different things to get to this point. And you could look at someone like, you're not ready to fail. You're not even ready to fail yet. You're not ready to suck to get to being good. And it's the same with someone like Carl. All these people come around, teach me, I'll be the best in the world. I'm going to be, it's like, yeah.
I have a bounty too, because I pissed somebody off. No, I remember I got stuck in the mail slot.
Weapons, check.
So, I have one too.
Completed.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Hey, I got back to cordial. They got a lot of delivery. See, here you go. Boom for delivery. engineer. Power plant. Nope, it was a combat bounty I needed to collect. My bad. You good? You don't gotta apologize, man.
Shields offline. Shield the backup. That's really shields offline. Shield the backup. That's really shields offline. Shields are back up. Shields offline. Shield the backup. That's really shields offline. Shields are back up. Shields offline. Shields are back up. Shields offline. Shield the backup. That's really. Shields offline. Shield the backup. That's really. Shields offline. Shields are back up. Shields offline. Shields are back up. Shields offline. Shield the backup. That's really. Shields offline. Shield the backup. Shields offline. Shields are back up.
All right. Yeet. Fully charged up. All right. All right, Mystic. It is 11:08. I gotta be up and at work. I gotta be up at work by 6 o'clock, and I would like to get at least 5 to 6 hours of sleep. It has been fun. I will be playing tomorrow, and then I might play a little bit Thursday morning, because I don't work until Thursday afternoon. But I definitely I will be watching the Elite Dangerous dev. So if you haven't done that, by all means, tomorrow Elite Dangerous dev will be up at some point before 3-4 in the afternoon. But we gonna get down. We gonna do some things. Probably see if we can finally get. I want to do like some team stuff. Run around, knock out some stuff. But like I said before, I like to play with my followers, play with friends. I think I have my Discord information up here. There you go. If you want to join Discord, that's how you join my Discord. This is not the only game I play. I have about 350 plus games, so there's a lot of variety that I have. But I want to mainly stick to my Elite Dangerous, and I do a little bit of DayZ RP, as well as I do some some GTA RP. What I'm really looking for at some point is doing some Red Dead Redemption RP, because I think that'd be dope. Like I can't wait to try that out. So by all means, holla at your boy. I want to say thank you for everybody that came out and kicked it. Appreciate y'all. Love, peace, chicken grease. And as I get this stuff going a little bit better, streams gonna get a little bit better. Things gonna look a little bit more on top of the professional and fun and entertaining. It's gonna get a little bit better. So by all means, thank you, and have a good one. Deuces.